7. Welcome in if you're joining me live or maybe watching the gameplay video after the fact. Shout out to you. I'm sure I'll see you in the YouTube comments. We're continuing, of course, from our game from yesterday. And yesterday we began with, and thank you to my pronunciation coaches, I hope to do you well. Here goes nothing. It's Ibn Battuta, leader currently of the Mongolian civilization. Of course, we started as the Persians and then moved our way through to the Mongols. A few different diplomatic actions going on, and of course, many leader attributes. Because really, Ibn Battuta's big thing, outside of his trade maps and a couple of other little things, is the fact that he gets to upgrade his leader attributes every age with the first civic. And so we should be able to stack quite a few of these, particularly later on. The science tree is looking pretty good. We've made it almost toward the end of that one. Others, maybe not so much. It's fine. It's fine. This is, of course, the world that we live in. And it's a little bit bigger than what we started with. We have my starting lands up around broadly this way. And then Catherine of Rome's starting lands. Here's Roma, roughly down this way. If I zoom up here using the keyboard, thank you. I've also captured this city through a nice peace deal with Ashoka, and that's probably all you need to know. I'll just zoom around the world so you can get a little bit of a feel. The settings will be in the description, because we selected them last time. Hey look, here's a Great Wall improvement! Right. Well, perhaps. Interesting. Himiko, my only real friend as well, so keep up the great work. You might want to build it a little bit larger. Oh look, there's another chunk down there. This is what mine ended up looking like too. I think I had like a chunk there, and maybe another piece sort of running vertically. Yeah, probably vertically up this way. Oh, the Civ 17 posted it. Oh yes, yes, that video just went live this morning. I told a civilization story. Collaboration with the official Firaxis YouTube channel. Yeah, thank you, Zach. Both Zachs, actually, the double Zach. Thank you both. That was a very exciting project to work on, and I've been working on that for quite a while. So it was nice to see it out in the open. I looked at Civilization 7 on Steam this morning, saw a lot of negative reviews. From what I can tell by the feedback on the tweets on that video, it's people not being able to launch the game by the sounds. So do take care during this high volume early access period out there. Though I'm also hearing lots of positive feedback, so I can't actually get a proper grasp on it yet. Which is why I've posted a poll. I'm going to compare it to yesterday's results and see if people are feeling better or worse about Civilization 7 now that everybody who pre-ordered the deluxe edition, theoretically, has access to the game. Losing units? The icons are too small? Yup. Excellent pronunciation. Thank you. Thank you for your help in getting us there. You've had your first 2 runs of Civ 7. How did you fit those in? You got defeated and could not do one more turn. Ah. Right. Like dominated. Or defeated at the end of the game, because I believe at the end of the game it does just end. I don't know what happens if you get dominated. Because I've not yet been dominated, but there's plenty of room for that. Plenty of room for that. About the UI feeling unfinished. Lots of complaints. Yeah. Absolutely right, Sandman. Absolutely right. The UI is probably the most common thing that people have complained about. I mean, there's not really a lot new that I could say. Hey, our treasure fleet has arrived. There's not really a lot new that I could say about it today over yesterday either. Some areas of it I'm totally fine with. This wheel down the bottom here I think works very well. I believe it works pretty well with controller too, but maybe someone who's actually playing with a controller could confirm that. It seemed to, in my limited testing. But some parts of it suck. Yeah, the load screen, man, I was having a little giggle again at the load screen just before the stream started. We'll of course see one as we move through to the next age as well. Are these buildings old or new? One can't remember. What have we even got here? It's this one. Okay, so the arena and the kiln. Looks like the arena is old, and the kiln... Kiln has a pretty decent yield, so I'm going to guess that that's new. And we're going to replace the arena with another happiness building rather than a culture building to try and keep our happiness up. Because boy oh boy do we need that. Getting your copy delivered today? How cool. I miss the days of games actually getting delivered. I assume you mean physically, although it could be a key being delivered, I suppose, now that I say that out loud. Nothing releases in a complete state. This is also true. It just ended. Your game just ended. I think that's what it does. Get rid of the altar. That's old. So the cost of having it there is fairly high, but the benefit that it's giving is relatively low, because it's from that previous age. It's tempting to send some units this way. Maybe I should. I've sort of just ignored this because they don't pillage. Or want to take that city. I don't know. I don't know. "5 hours last night and you got through Antiquity." Enjoying it, but there's room for improvement. There is room for improvement, absolutely. I wonder how people feel about my claim yesterday that this is... And if the game's not working for you, then of course this won't resonate, and rightly so. But if it is, how do you feel about me saying this is the best version of a Civ game at launch? I'll say that we've ever seen, but really I'm just thinking 5, 6, 7. I'm not... Oh, I guess Beyond Earth as well. I'm not thinking Civ 4 or backward. I think it could be, despite its problems. I feel it is probably the most complete and comprehensive version of Civ that we've been given. And again, there's another caveat. Great Britain's a DLC, right? There are huge, blinding caveats. But I don't know. I feel I can make the case for it, and I feel it's true. In terms of the, I'm going to say the feature set, perhaps. Perhaps not the polish. Could be harder to argue that one. This city's really struggling with happiness, so adding more specialists is probably going to hurt me badly. Let's go for a happy tile. Everybody loves a vegetated tiger, and then try and purchase something because I've got cash to burn. Ah, neat. Just chuck it down there in that brand new tile. The rest of these are pretty garbage and no real other way to get happiness. +2 science on rural tiles that have at least 1 happiness. 8 turns. You know what? Stuff it. Let's give Rome another wonder. Right there. Right on that clay pit. We'll get rid of the pavilion. We don't... Well, we do need it, but I'll buy it instead. Splurge a whole load of money on Roma, bringing it up into the positive happiness. And we'll try and get a wonder there too. Hey, Tink, good to see ya. Welcome in. It's been a while. There's another happiness tile. Played all day, need another 6 months on the UI and things like the search function. Yep, totally fair. Totally fair. UI doesn't bother you though. And I'm kinda... Sounds like I'm playing both sides, but I can see where you're coming from as well. Most of the time, most of it is either carried through previous civs, or looks pretty good. Some of it, though, I think does need some work. What did Jose Himiko do? A local festival. Neat. Let's also have a farmer's market. Ah, relationship change if accepted 5, if supported 12. Interesting. Huh. Our relationship is currently at 87, with a little love heart emoji feeling very helpful. As you can see, some of the other characters in the game don't feel quite so hot on me. It's not really a jumbo love party. I'm not gonna lie. Like the replies to that tweet. It says you've been a member for over 3 years. Tink. 40 months. 3 1/3 years. 3.33 years, almost. Time certainly flies. Jeepers creepers. I think the fleet needs to go this way. Thank you for being here, and thank you for that support. Through the good and the bad. Holy moly, 3 years. As we cross over 100 live viewers, I'd also like to invite you to kindly leave a like on the live stream. I won't ask again, I promise. Unless somebody comments it, in which case I probably will. But otherwise, I won't ask again. Thank you for being here. Okay, let's focus in, because I'd like to push through the exploration age in particular fairly quickly. We've been here, we've played it yesterday. It's not that it's boring, it's probably actually my favorite, but it's time to move on. For time flies. Oh, dear God. Oh, sneaky. I like what that missionary's trying to do. You will ask again. Just constantly. Constantly until we get to triple-digit likes. You always forget to like the streams? People do. That's it. I forget too. Like, as a viewer, I forget. So, and I don't mind being reminded. But I do mind being reminded if it happens all the time. You know what I mean? I don't want to be annoyed. It's a fine line. Most of the criticism is only cosmetic. UI. Leaders looking meh, but no actual gameplay complaints. That is interesting, isn't it? A lot of those big, controversial changes. I argue, actually, a lot of the stuff underneath them feels very similar to Civ 6 or 5. And so, you know, this feels very similar, for example, this choosing a Civic. And so maybe that helps too. But it is interesting that there isn't really... There's some decrying, but there's not really a massive public outcry over the changing of civilizations. Not how I expected it anyway, compared to the, shall we say, the level of vocal feedback that I've read over the last, goodness, 6 months. However, you know, as I get these replies on this tweet, because Firaxis tweeted out the video that I made for them, and so I get all of the replies, and so I'm getting this like direct line to their feedback, and I see ones just came through. I was mentioned by somebody. They say, "You took a simple and fun game to play and overcomplicated it. I don't like it so far. It is basically nothing like Civ 6, and you have to completely relearn how to play the game even as a veteran player of the Civilization franchise. What a massive disaster." Right, so there's a mixture of views. There's certainly a mixture of views. Congrats on the 100k, and the video is Sid. Thank you, name here. It was great to work with Sid. Truly. I never thought that I'd be able to. And if you told the dude working on his crap top making a Civ 5 tutorial 10 years ago that he would have, he's not a physically violent man, but he might have slapped you. Just to wake you up. Alright. Let's send the knights over this way. Feels a bit like a board game. Absolutely. Absolutely. Perhaps more like a board game than before, even. Kind of Catan for adults. No, look, it is an adult's game. Right. Moving swiftly along. 8. Yeah, go on. Right, so I need to take out the bonus resources. Although I can't take out that one because that one's giving happiness and we need that happiness real bad. And chuck in the city. Oh, it's that broken one. Get out of my face. This place has got a lot of whales. Shush City. They're not too happy about it. Come on. Be grateful. Alright, we'll chuck that in there and we'll move over to even more... Where are all these... Where are all these horses coming from? Sleep. Ooh. Run away. Spread the good word. Finally, up to this tiny little city. I love it. This game can actually make some pretty cool little island cities. Had a few bugs with diplomacy, but you're enjoying the game. Good to hear, Red Panda in the Twitch chat. Good to hear. I'm glad. Oh, yeah, yep, something about changing a leader. This place is a disaster zone. Jeez. I'm going to debt just trying to repair this place. Which I like the fact that you can actually do in Civ 7. If there were enough repairs here, these glitch out a bit though, see, like this one's still here, it shouldn't be. If you do enough repairs, you will go into the red. I didn't, because we're just making an exuberant amount of cash, but if you do, you can, and I think that's great. Guys, wait up. Guys. Feels a bit slower, and some of the UI is unclear, says Dean. It certainly does feel a bit slower. 12 to 15 hours is roughly what you're looking at for a standard game. Maybe it'll finally be the Civ game where fast is the go-to speed. I hope so. Because I love fast. But hey, maybe not. We'll keep playing. As a reminder, this is a standard game. This tile's probably too good to just have this. Ugh. And maybe I don't need the money or the unit healing from it. Yeah, I don't think I do. We're going to move it along and get 2 buildings in there instead of 1. It was fun while it lasted, but we're moving it along. And now the city's actually kind of poor as a result. I'll get this tile with 1 little gold in it. Thankfully, the rest of the empire and just all of this cash money will carry us through. Science, of course, always needed. And I won't be ignoring it, even though it's pretty handily above my culture at this point in time. We are a scientific peoples. The Mongols, famously, you know, historically anyway, huge scientists, loved the books. Just reading all day. Guys, come out and do something warmongery. No, we can't, we're reading. Okay, kind of thing. You don't think it's complicated? You play Resources Soviet Republic. A great game. A niche game and a great game. And a complicated game at that. Yeah. It's awesome though. That is brilliant. Good word of the frog has already spread to Timbuktu. So I guess we'll take it to the capital, Aksum. How's the poll going? I can see at the moment that without tabbing out, that the top result is Civ is great. And about half, or a bit less than half, 44% of people think that Civ is great. Upgrade the cogs. Civ 7, I should say. Upgrade the cogs, all the cogs, and they can just stay there. What is that? And that's just a cog. One thing that I'd like to try and do is steal a treasure fleet. I haven't managed to do it at all yet because I, to be honest, just pay 0 attention. Maybe the game actually, thinking out loud a bit, could do with alerting all players when there's a treasure fleet in the sea or within their vision range, maybe. I don't know, because I'd love to do a bit of piracy and I'd be happy to declare war even to do it. But I never notice the fleets. And I don't really want to spend all game just, you know, checking over this way, checking over that way every turn. Not quite what I have in mind. Sometimes that glitches out for me, adding units to armies. I've noticed that one a few times. It's not a big deal, but usually, or often, I'll have to click it twice. Again, I don't really care, but it is a bug, and worth mentioning. Just bought the Founders Edition. Wow, good stuff. That's really cool. I hope you like it. Hopefully you've seen enough, and know enough, that it's a fairly low-risk gamble. That's how I'd imagine it being for most people. It should be a pretty low-risk gamble. Still a bit of a gamble, of course. Some people do not like it, as we've discussed. But hopefully a pretty low-risk one for a Civ fan. I want to do a bit of piracy. Don't tell them. These are cool. They look very similar, but they're cool. Actually, maybe it's my least favorite storm because they look too similar. My least favorite natural event. I also kind of don't like the way that the rivers look when they get all washed out, but rivers do look bad when they get washed out, so, like, that's just how they look, fool. Oh, man. I want to get, there's a card in future that doubles this, I'm pretty sure. I need to get that policy. I'm not 100% sure where it is, but I want to get it. That's going to be an extraordinary tile as well. With 3 mountainous tiles there. Just creating a little cradle of high yield adjacency. Here's another suzerain. Get cloves for 6 food and 10% gold in the capital. Or receive 10% gold just through territorial claims. And we could get that up to 15. I think we do that. Or that. Let's do that. Because here's another suzerain ship. What do I want from this one? Culture buildings receive 1 culture for every suzerain. Yeah, that's great. Once those yields come through, stuff should jump a little bit. Okay, yeah, I think I got about 50 gold a turn. And I didn't look at the culture, but I feel maybe about 20? 25 should have been about right. An armorer instead of a library. Feels a bit aggressive, but we're going to do it. Pay off once it's tweaked a bit with updates. This is also true, yeah. And this is a Civ legacy that's... History rhymes but doesn't repeat, but this has been a Civ legacy that has lasted the test of time. Civ always gets better with time. Civ 5, yes. Beyond Earth, yes. Civ 6, yes. Civilization 7, I'd gamble on will be the same. Settlers feel much cheaper making a settlement. I think you're right. Yeah. And I've noticed that because, here's another treasure fleet, because in Civilization 6, I would often forget to make settlers. How do you forget? You're a moron. I know. I'd be doing other things. Oh, I want to get that building. I need this military. And then all of a sudden it's turn 50 and I've done nothing. This game does feel more forgiving toward that kind of behavior, i.e. settlers are easier to get. Maybe it's through the money that I have. Often I'm buying them rather than making them. Though not always, I suppose. Oh yeah, as well as the unit icons being a little bit tricky to see sometimes, the boat ones also do sometimes get left behind. Or run ahead. Just to make me look dumb. Yeah, also apparently sometimes they run ahead. Okay. Cool. But yes, Dean, you're right. It does happen. Quick move disabled. Yeah, not an option, I don't believe. Unless it is now. It could be now. But I don't think it's an option. Wasn't in the version that I initially was playing anyway. However, you can make it happen, even when it's off. If you use a unit action after you tell it to move, the unit will move very quickly. A bit of a workaround. The map choices, there needs to be greater map variety, is what I would say. I don't have any issue with the map types that are here right now. I want more. That's my problem with the maps. I probably haven't played enough games to the point where I would be able to play any more map types than currently exist. So it's not a problem that is at the front of my mind. But you're absolutely bang on. There needs to be more maps. And where's my True Earth map? You know what I mean? Ah, Mika. Thank you for a little devilish sticker. I believe the first sticker I've seen. I forgot they were a thing, I'm ashamed to say. Since 2023. Thank you for that euro and that devilish little sticker. I appreciate it. Wanting to click the city name. Oh, I thought we were going to say to rename it. To access them. Seems to work. Yeah. Either way. Okay, look, if they're not going to take this, then I'm going to have to just go over here and take them. Let's try and deploy behind them so there's at least a little bit of space. Let's get the treasure fleet to safety. See it insta-completes. Boom, a treasure point. Yay. And then get these boats over here and they can start doing a little bit of work. Do you find this more entertaining than humankind? Oh, a tricky question. Because I love humankind. Which, by the way, also is free at the moment on, I think, Epic Games. I wonder how they decided on that timing. Isn't that a coinky-dink? Just as Civilization 7 launches into early access, Humankind is available for free. Wow. Either way, that's cool to see. So if you haven't played Humankind, which is also a 4X historical strategy game that changes through the ages, then it's available for free on Epic. So you could do that. How do I think it compares and which one's more fun? I don't know yet. I don't know yet. Couldn't tell you. I think that Civilization 7 will appeal to a broader audience, though. I would say that. I think that Civ 7, not just because of the Civ label either. Even if I excluded that, I think this would still be true. But with the Civ label, it's definitely true. That Civilization 7 will be more fun to a broader group of people. Yeah. Not a difficult claim to make, but it's probably the only one I'd make so far. It's too soon to call for me. I've had such a long time with Humankind, and a relatively short time with Civ 7. And also, you know, apples to apples. If I was comparing launch versions, I'd probably say that this is a better launch version. A good week for games. Ah, yes, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Also, I've seen a bit of talk around that on Twitter. I don't even really know what it is, though, I'm ashamed to say. I've had no interfacing or interaction with it. I haven't looked at it. Name a city after your donors like the old days. Oh, Tink. Tink, you are speaking my language. Unfortunately, Civilization 7 does not yet have the ability to rename cities. As soon as it does, though, you can bet your backside there'd be a Mika city already. Yeah. For sure. It's coming, apparently. It not being here from the start is a travesty. An absolute travesty. Boom. Quick deploy. I said quick deploy! Oh, okay, the knight is apparently there. It's a ghost knight. Oh no, apparently it's there. There's a little bit of a glitch for you. But we'll snipe away at that guy. Actually, really, quite successfully. Needs to be implemented immediately. It does, right? I hope Firaxis are up night and day. So that I can rename my cities after donors. Because dang it, it is fun. And it helps make the city a bit more, relatable a lot of the time as well, I think. Even if you're not naming your cities after donors, it's just... like, it's cool. It's cool to rename your cities, and you should be able to do it. The game can rename your capital city at the start of each age. Excuse me. But only if you choose to change it. So, I don't know. That is such a cool wonder. What is that? Where in the world is that? The Schwedagon Zedi Dal. I'm gonna Google it and replay it. Schwedagon Zedi Dal. Oh, it's closed at the minute, but it's a pagoda in Myanmar. Oh, bummer. I won't be seeing that anytime soon then. I mean, it was obviously not going to be in New Zealand. I don't know why I'm disappointed. And actually, I should be excited, because that's actually closer to home than probably a lot of the other wonders in this game. Southeast Asia. It's only, you know, probably like 11 hours flight from New Zealand instead of 24. Complaining about the lack of information. Do I think you'd need previous Civ playtime to get into the game? A lack of information. Could you elaborate on that a little bit? I think I know what you mean, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. Sure. Is it like when people hover over things, they're like, I don't understand what adjacent mountainous terrain means, or that's a bad example because that's an obvious one, but you know what I mean. Is it that they struggle to gather information, or just that the systems are just totally like confused or something? I'm going to assume it's a mixture of both and say, nah, I don't really agree. If you haven't played Civ before, Civ will be a complicated experience to come into though. That has probably always been true. And certainly hasn't changed this time around. I think some of the streamlining has actually helped make the game a little easier. But maybe that's just from the perspective of somebody who's used to playing Civ. I'm going to park that boat there. Snipe at that guy across the way. Crazy time difference. Yeah. It is a crazy time difference. It's mad. I think it's particularly mad to most people because New Zealand is so small. And even if you add in Australia and you draw a line above us and maybe you add in some Pacific Islands above New Zealand, there aren't many people in this time zone. So it's also strange for that reason. It's so different and not really relatable to most of you. Most of you are 12 hours away from it at least. At least. You're living in yesterday, you fools. I need to think about which one of these 3 angry characters is going to fight me next. We could try for reconciliation, probably with the one harboring my religion, or the one farthest away I should keep. So probably Tubman. I want to be friends again with Tubman, I think. Let's go reconciliation. She accepts my reconciliation action. She loves that. Open borders too? She's rejected that though. She's fine. Ooh, interesting. So, why is this coming up under my wars? I don't know. That's just generic wars, perhaps. Queen Himiko and Jose Riz are currently at war with each other. I want Himiko to win, so I'm gonna support her in that war and try and even that out a bit for her. Because she's my ally, right? Oh wow, she's got a real spectrum of relationships here too. She's friendly with Confucius. So am I. I didn't see him there because for some reason he's cut off. That seems dumb. Okay. And she's at war with him, so I should probably be at war with him too. Lucky he's right here. I think these guys can mop that up. And then we'll get the fleet to sort of come back this way. And we might try and ring fence that off and help her out, not just diplomatically, but also militarily. Right? We'll use our might across the board to try and protect our ally. 'Tis the way. The guy would have been traveling for 30 years. Oh, in the old days, getting to New Zealand must have been the worst thing. And when I say the old days, I mean, you know, all of human history except for the last 100 years-ish. It must have been awful. 150. Must have been terrible. I can't imagine. Poor Eben Batuta. Just on a boat for 30 years. But New Zealand... Back on the topic of New Zealand, it is actually huge land-wise. Yeah. Well, relative to our population. You can stretch us across Europe. We'll fit across Western Europe. So we're about that tall. We're relatively thin, though. We're kind of lanky. And full of mountains. Just full of them. It's quite a cool country. I wish we were closer to you guys, though, I do. It's pretty frustrating. Not just because of the time zones. They're pretty frustrating, too. Alright, off you go. Let's round up these fools. I need more fleets with treasure. This guy needs to expand, so let's promote growth. Maybe Livia... Okay, let's Livia Scout, because my Scout died a long time ago and I never replaced them. Wait, where's the Scout? I guess it's out scouting. We'll find it when the AI moves me through, probably. Not sure why I ran up all the way, but that's okay. Time to build a ginormous bridge. Or maybe a tunnel. You can go through a high-speed train tunnel under the water. Just for hours and hours and hours. That'd be the way. Because, man, I'm not driving that distance. I'd get so bored. Just a straight line. You'd have people falling asleep and losing concentration. The Twitch chat is lonely. Yeah. I'm sorry, the Twitch chat is lonely. I still make a point of streaming to both because I know that some people prefer Twitch, but in my case, it does seem to be that it really is the overwhelming majority, of course, who prefer the native... What is maybe the native platform for me, YouTube. But I'll keep both going. Oh, Twitch. Okay, happiness. We're running out of happiness. Let's bowl down this villa and get a happiness building. Hey, GTA 6. Not what I expected in chat. Kia ora, welcome in. Welcome in. Alright, let us just... I was going to say combined attack, but this commander is actually just leading an army of one. Nonetheless, let's send that army of one up that way. GTA 6 Turkey. How cool. A giant undersea train. It'd be far bigger than this. It would have to go 1,000 kilometers an hour. No, what could we even get it up to realistically? Probably like 300. Get it up to like 300 kilometers an hour, maybe 500. Which is about 300 miles an hour, I think. And we'll just rock it under the ocean. Yeah, very futuristic. A bit of a pipe dream. Alright. Ivan, hello, hello. Yeah, on the official Civ channel. Thank you. I was really, the video launched while I was asleep. Although, actually, it's probably pretty close to, by the time I woken up, I think the notification was pretty fresh this morning. Launched very early this morning. And, yeah, I was stoked to see that video come out. There's quite a lot of effort behind the scenes that went into it, which you might not think, because there are 2 mistakes in it that I've now seen, that I didn't see, that nobody saw. One of them is quite a glaring mistake as well, that of course the YouTube comments jumped on straight away. I call Hatshepsut Cleopatra, and nobody noticed. Oh man, until it went on the internet, of course, and then everybody noticed. Oh, which is a little bit of a slip, but hey, you know, apart from that, really happy with that video. It was cool to make as well, because it's quite different. When they approached me and said, we'd like, you know, we like your Civ stuff, we'd like you to work on a video. We'd like to work on a video with you. I thought it would be a tutorial. I just assumed that they would say, you know, you're the tutorial guy, so make some tutorials, you tutorial monkey. But no, they didn't. No, they did not. They invited me to tell a story instead. And it was a real privilege to do it. Yeah. Super cool. Yeah. I won't lose any sleep over calling Hatshepsut Cleopatra, don't worry. It's not going to keep me up at night or anything. But it is still a bit of a bummer. Yeah, well, you know, I wasn't the only person who reviewed it either, which makes it even kind of more funny to me, of course. Because, you know, yeah, say no more. Okay, stab that. Fired that. sail another ginormous boat up this way and fire at these ginormous people. More streams. You'll have to watch later at 3. Yeah, you might. It must be getting late in China. Perhaps 9, perhaps 10:30 or 11:30 at night. Maybe 12:30 even at this point. I'll leave the VOD up for this one too, just like yesterday's one. I'll leave it up just as it is. How are we doing with our goals? We're about halfway through, and if we're halfway through, actually, we're probably closer to halfway, because we'll start to speed up the age as we achieve more of these goals. Looks like it's looking quite militaristic or weirdly cultural. Relics might be the way to go. Actually, that might be a really easy way to go for me to try and speed through this. Which, of course, as I mentioned at the start, and I'll mention again now because we're getting close, if not just crossed over 200 live viewers, including those of you over on Twitch. So that's great to see. Sorry, I got a bit distracted by the chat. Cleopatra was in the last game. Fiance's appeased to seeing her episode. It is cool, actually, the way that Civilization can reach out to people who are not necessarily gamers, but I'll take the culture, even though it's only 1.5 turns, one-third turns. Not gamers, but they like history. I think that's great. Whoa, I think this is great too. I think we just gun for future technology. I'll probably skip those buildings. I'll get them. We'll build them in a few places, but let's get the upgrades to the boats. No, let's get the buildings, upgrade boats, and then just go future, future, future until that age ends. Trung truck trade map? Yeah, let's do it. It's 3 AM. Oh, jeez. Like and sub, guys. Good night. Thanks for being here. Triu, I want to say, but if I'm pronouncing that wrong, let me know. There could be a pronunciation to a consonant that I'm just a moron about. Like my capital with the KQs. Okay, so if I want to get relics for the culture, I need more missionaries, because religious victory, quote-unquote, in this age is really a cultural victory, quote-unquote, in this age. And so that's what we're going to go for, as well as militaristic, I think. We'll be cultural militarists. It probably means I'm going to have to declare war. Sorry for the dragging. Probably have to declare war up here as well. So let's upgrade these guys. Hoover up as much as we can. We'll start to spend my 3,800 gold in the treasury on first getting the missionary to go and convert the cities. Then on buying units. Because of course, if the cities are converted, I get twice as many points towards the militarist legacy. I'm right on? Good stuff. Good stuff. I think that strategy is right on too. But we'll find out as we wall up Roma. Successfully building its wonder, I wonder if it wants to get another wonder. Gain 3 relics. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm so glad that I checked. Okay, this wonder is going to be super fantastic. 5,000. Just place it down. I don't care where it is. Stuff that wall. Anything that I can get for production would be great. So, a saw pit with 1 production. It will be. Don't actually think I wanted to do that though. Now I'm going to need another production building to place down there. Okay, that's fine. Just ignore that. We do get to expand though. Maybe out to a productive tile. No. And actually the city is at its limits. Why is Roma so big? I guess it's crowded out by these towns, which could probably go mining town focus, even if they don't really have a lot in the way of mines, just to... Okay, that one's already been set. Just to try and pump some extra production into Rome, should they be connected to Rome. That's the only goal there. It's really minimal gains, but we'll take it. I mean, and it wasn't very good here, because these are only giving +1. We'll bowl down that unique improvement, and place down 2 more productive buildings there, get a little quarter. Maybe a bit of happiness over a forest as well, although The production there is very good. So I'll do it over a farm instead. Smash a granary down there. Just super upgrades, really. You go up and get some visibility. You follow behind. Do you find it difficult to know what different tiles in your city do from a visual standpoint? I can really tell as a viewer what the different city tiles are doing. Yes, I'd love to see some color coding. I think that could be a really simple way to fix that problem. So, maybe not so much in this screen, because this is the select screen, so this is a bad example, but there's one with happiness. But if I click on the city, one thing I don't know is whether the buildings are old or new. So when I'm choosing, like, this is a really bad example, because there's just no space in Roma. But when I'm choosing where to place something, this doesn't have anything. This is me trying to record my videos. The cuts are insane. Okay, look, if I'm trying to place a district, I'd like to know what these ones are doing. I'd also like to know whether these buildings are old or new, because that matters whether they have great yields or bad yields. And currently to find that out, you have to open up this other screen, go over here, check through and see the yield, have a look at which ones are actually providing yield compared to their maintenance and which ones aren't. It's not clear, you know, immediately which ones are doing science and which ones aren't. And I think that that should be clear, at least in one of the city view screens. It doesn't need to be in all of them if it adds to the visual clutter, but it does need to be somewhere, yeah. I think a few small, very small visual improvements could go a long way to helping make city building just a little bit easier. That was a pain. Sorry for the faff. Oh, that was, yeah, that was a faff. The UI quality is baffling. I should call this stream the UI quality is baffling. I just queued up a project for the first time in my life, in a Civ game as well. I actually think they're kind of decent in Civ 7. Stockholm, the Swedish people, I'd love to befriend them, but we can't right now. I've promoted growth in this twice, I swear. Why aren't they growing out to these tiles? They're really cramped, I know. Just finished a game in chat as Maya Norman France. Cultural. Thoroughly enjoyed it. There's no easy way to tell what districts are for you. And yeah. Buildings from previous ages keep their visual style to make it clear. That's a good point. I reckon they'd hate that visually, and that's probably why they didn't do it. Like, it probably makes the visual clutter look worse, and it doesn't really go for their thing. Although, you could also argue, just to be a bit contrarian, that actually it does go with their whole build and, through the ages, you know, build something you're proud of kind of mantra. If the old buildings did indeed stay looking old. Yeah. Good point. Very good point. Capital keeps losing its religion. Speaking of capitals, actually, converting capitals will give me more relics. So, how can I get somebody religious up here? Where's my closest? It's probably this one. Let's get 2. And just queue up. Jump over there. And a jump there. Send them both over just in case something goes wrong. You never know. Yes. Yep. 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 And also the moving through ages one of the loading parts of that screen is not Flash either. A couple of parts. Yeah, I kind of wish that Humankind did that as well, now that you mention it. It's been a while. Wait, is this a... Oh, cool. Okay, so you can buy your missionaries in cities that aren't currently following your religion, which is different from at least some. I'm not sure about all, but at least some Civ games. Maybe all. It's a nice improvement, because I could maybe... Oh no, that wasn't even the capital. I was going to say maybe it's just the capital, but it isn't, because Roma is not the capital city. Good. That's really good to see. I'm really happy about that, because it was quite frustrating to accidentally build a missionary for your opponent's religion. Warfare is well done. Yes, agree. Build as many commanders as you can at the end of the age. For each one increases the number of units you'll start with. Ah, so the number of units that you'll start with could be increased without carrying over units themselves, but rather just carrying over commanders. Is that what you're saying? Because I've always carried over units. I don't think I've just carried over commanders before. Interesting. So if I build another fleet commander, I'll get more boats? Seems strange, but I'll allow it. Oh yeah, the main building can be kept and upgraded. Upgraded as well in Humankind, of course. You get that little party, don't you? Should have enough... Ooh, 340 influence to influence the Swedes down the bottom here. Okay. Religious warfare, which of course is not actually warfare, but rather just stomping missionaries in. Let's go. We'll convert and take both of those cities. And that'll be worth, I think, 8 points to me, because we're playing as the Mongols. No, 4 points. Yeah, 8 points. 4 plus 4. Normally it would be 2 plus 2, but the Mongols get double. Double. For capturing cities in their homelands, whereas most other people only get double for capturing cities in distant lands. Double what? If you're thinking, what is he talking about? Oh, my cursor's still red. Double these points, capturing settlements. So we'll get 1, 2, 3, 4. So it'll burst me up to this one and add 10 points to the age progression. 10 turns to the age progression? Perhaps, not points? The age transitions, yeah. The UI around the age transitions is a point that is weak, I think. I think quite weak. More broadly, I don't find them too jarring. No, I think they're fairly smooth. The shifting of units, the loss of cities to towns, some of that stuff can be a little jarring. But on balance, I think it's okay. And it only happens twice, not, you know, 9 times or 6 times, as is the case in some other games that have tried aged systems. And I think that helps to make it a little bit less jarring. Oh no, don't sleep. I mean sleep. Steam reviews are wrecking the game before release, I'm hearing in the Twitch chat. Is it to do with people not being able to play the game? I haven't looked at them yet. I've read out some of the tweets as that I've been getting tagged in, but I haven't actually looked at the Steam reviews. From what I've heard, it's not to do with the game mechanics, but rather the UI, or the game not working for people. The game is currently at 50% on Steam. I would expect that to rise. I'd be very surprised if it didn't settle in the next few weeks at kind of 80-ish, 75% maybe, because it's being dragged down. The more it gets dragged down, of course, the worse that will get, but I reckon it's more of a 7 out of 10 than a 4 out of 10. It's been rising since release. It started at 30. Oh yeah, I see. It's coming up as a 6 out of 10 for me at the minute. Oh no, I see 44% mixed. Oof. That is rough. Blah 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 blah. Bare bones. UI looks and feels like it's an alpha. Unfinished. The UI is slop. Things look janky. Discernible aspect of care put into the game. It might be a little bit far, but the criticisms are valid. Let's see. Fundamental changes are fine. UI for PC is very poor. Narrow selection of maps. Yep, totally. Leaders and civs feel disjointed. Maps are small. Abandons loyalty and governors. This is on a positive one. And I agree, those are both positives, absolutely. God, both of those mechanics. See you later. Okay, okay. Yeah. A lot of that makes sense. Can you add customizations more or less C terrain level? No, I don't think they have those cool options, Jacob. Throughout humankind's life, it added a lot of cool options like that. I'd like to see them do the same here as well. That is a great question. Because of course, it would fundamentally change what civs are good and what aren't. Like, that would really rock the balance of the game. You know, all of a sudden, if you can change the amount of mountains on the map from regular to huge or you know, mini or whatever, all of a sudden Inca is like, is the most extraordinary civ to play. So I theorize maybe that's why they're not there, or maybe it's another symptom of something that's coming soon. I don't know. But a great question, and something that I would like to see added, even though it would really, I imagine, really rock the balance of the game in quite unpredictable ways. Gareth and Huck, speaking of unpredictable, welcome in the both of you, the 200th live viewer. How about it? 2 days in a row, Huck. What is this? 2020 something earlier? 2023? Oh, here's my scout that I bought. Just chillin'. Just chillin'. Okay. Go and figure out what's over here, please and thank you. Welcome into the gang. Great to see you both. Happy Friday. Or Thursday, in your past cases. But it's Friday tomorrow, so things are looking up. Hello, hello, hello. Can we afford to get some specialists? The answer is a resounding yes. Should I? I think it's a no. I'm gonna get that tile. Because that's a pretty important tile! What is going on here? I've got a lot of cash money, 2,700 gold. So let's, just... Whoa, buddy. Let's just... Will we build the walls but not purchase them? Insane. Okay, let's build the walls. And then we'll purchase some units just to try and, you know, show a little bit of gusto. Alright, very good. In the gang, back together and past 200 live viewers. And we're at 66 likes. I said I wouldn't mention it again though, so I'm just going to say how many there are. Oh dear. Okay. Try and spread my religion to my cities. It may come in handy as the crisis starts to occur, which it should soon. Still at 52%. I only get 25 gold every time I spread the faith. It's not great. We're making 540 a turn. But actually, part of that income is probably coming from my religion, which we won't be able to see on this graph, but some of the money that my cities will be making will be increased thanks to my religion. How do I find the AIs? Pretty much the same as Civ 6. Still, you know, dumb in dumb ways, sometimes smart. I have anecdotes that could tell two different stories, really. Two very different stories, actually. Oh, I tell you what, I think I need a new chair, though. If I'm going to be sitting here for hours streaming, this lumbar support is not going to cut it for an old man now like me. Sims leaders. Hey, the classic Sims games re-released too, speaking of game news. Any Sims fans out there enjoying the Sims? Oh, I'm Indifferent has just become live the #1 response to the live poll running on the stream at the minute. About 333 votes. 40-ish% of people think it's great, and the same are indifferent. About 14% think that Civ 7 sucks. People had an issue with Civ 6 leaders as well. Yeah, they did. I actually think these leaders are better than 6. Worse than 5. I preferred the style of 5. I'd like an updated version of that. Some of them get close to that for me. Some of them are not. I actually think on balance they're okay. Better than 6. Yeah, and absolutely echo what Huck is saying. Historically, Civ games have always become better with time. Even Beyond Earth, guys. Even Beyond Earth. and we know that game. A train that's delayed nearly 2 hours in the middle of nowhere. Oh, well, I'm glad you've got a stream to watch. We have commuter trains in New Zealand, but you wouldn't often get stuck on one for 2 hours. And actually, we don't really have them in a lot of cities either. To be fair, it's really just 2, and then some over-expensive touristy ones. But I feel your pain nonetheless. I've been stuck on a train for a long time before. Very frustrating. Especially when, you know, you're waiting and the time gets updated and it's like, the train will be here in 15 minutes. And then 10 minutes passes and you look up again and it's still 15 minutes away. It's been updated, you know? And you're like, oh, okay, 15 more minutes. And then that passes and now it's been updated again. Just this perpetual loop of 15 more minutes being added on. Make it stop. Oh, colonialism. Time to maybe take a serious pushes glasses up face look at these policies. This would only give 9. Production toward wonders. Production on adjacent. Okay, what are the bad ones then? Combat strength in enemy territory could be useful, so I'll leave it. Golden Towns is making me about 20 bucks. That's making me a lot more. That's probably pretty good. I don't think I need the overbuilding now. We probably don't need that, so we'll get rid of that. I think I keep the missionaries, and I keep that. Okay, so I have space for 1. Oh, man. Gold towards purchasing could be great. Culture, actually, I'm trying to catch up on. So maybe I go culture, even though the production and gold adjacencies are also very good. Maybe better than that one, actually. Let's get rid of that and go for a gold adjacency. And then we'll go for production toward wonders and try and use that to generate more culture. Just 1 more 15-minute wait. It's the opposite of the 1 more turn effect. Germany. How did you know? Yeah, it was actually. The one time I went, I was there for 3 days and I was stuck waiting for a train for about 6 hours. Yep. Okay, so gold adjacencies are good. So let's get a bank and let's slam it down in the city center. Look at that. Look at this bank. Any more? Oh, yep. Get a couple more bankers in here. There's a... How did that happen? One of these tiles is insane. Must be this one. No way it's that one. Get out of here. 5 districts with a total of 40 yield each. Oh, we're going to surge through this with these buildings and those adjacency bonuses. Did that do it? Oh. Man, we're cooking with gas. So here on this screen, I'd love for the game to just highlight for me maybe grey out the little icon of the thing. Make these a bit bigger as well is probably a good idea, these building icons. I guess I could zoom in. One of these should be greyed out if they're old buildings, so that I know, oh hey, that's an ageless building, and I can get rid of that. Because otherwise you have to go out, you have to open this, you have to go here, you have to find the right tile, and go... Even here, you still have to actually know something about the game to figure out how this works. And even then, I'm kind of just guessing, but if I go through, I can see that these are probably buildings from this age, because their yields are high. Whereas the stonecutter is a warehouse building. The lighthouse must be old because it's only giving me 2 gold. Anything else obviously old in here? Not really. Jeez, it's pretty slow to scroll through this too. The garden is old. The market is old. This tile here, 2 old buildings. How can I tell? Because they're clearly not getting a lot of adjacency. And their yield sucks. So, yeah, those 2 have both got to go. That should be more obvious, you know? It's not the end of the world for me to have to solve it, but I'd rather not have to solve it every time. Maybe people can just remember. Like, maybe I'm just dumb, but... I don't know. I feel like that's just a little bit too involved. Again, though, thankfully, a fairly easy fix. That must be the god tile. 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Wow. 40 yield and 31 of it is gold. Give us some more? Okay. Alright. You don't want to see me build buildings? Come on. You don't want to see this yield PORN? Aww. The lack of information. Yeah. I could be threading multiple ideas there. You're right. Feeling old humankind vibes and enjoying the stream. Major King Kong. Good to see you. Definitely old humankind vibes. Especially when we move through the ages, because we get to vote on which civ I play. Which is why I'm desperate to move through. Because that's a lot of fun, and the modern age is also a lot of fun. Though a little cluttered. The cluttered critiques won't go away. Okay, both are converted. I think we leave some religious dudes nearby, just in case we need to do an extra conversion. And we should be just about ready to go to war. So let's lay the diplomatic foundations by... Oh. You need at least unfriendly. Okay, so I don't need to denounce. I'll try and convert his population. Open the gates is probably going to take too long. I should have done that a while ago. Let's hinder his agriculture. Damn, there's a lot of cities that I can't see. And counter-spy as well. We'll just go all out to try and block any nefarious activity from going on from these guys. I don't think I'll carry out any openly anti-activity toward anyone else, though. I'll keep working on reconciliation for the other angry ones, in the hope that they won't jump in on some kind of world war against me. The home screen at the beginning of the game. 4 maps, no custom settings. Yeah, there should be more maps and more settings. Agree, completely agree. Definitely on the maps front. I haven't played enough games to the point where I've played them all and thought, oh, there isn't enough. But I've definitely looked at it and thought, man, I'm going to get to a point where I need more. And where's my Earth map as well? Take those yields by force. Hey, there's an idea. We'll combine the both of them. More relics. The relics just flow in, which means that I got that wonder. Yes. The House of Wisdom. A good time for me to have a drink of coffee. Very wise. That's a cool wonder too. Do the old alt-click trick that I learned yesterday. Now, if they could just add something to hide the UI, it would be useful. I take my coffee black or with milk. Don't mind, but no sugar, please. I'm not really looking for a sweet drink or a milkshake. I'm looking for coffee. If I increase the adjacencies, we'll get those tiles easier. So we'll do that. Exact same? Good. I'm glad. Shout out to you, nothing. It's the way to be. Those sugar fiends. God, adding their sugar to their coffee. Monsters. Monsters. We're not having dessert. Is there a way to change governments? There is not. Your government is locked in for the age. One of the more serious decisions you'll make. I mean, there are two benefits for it, so it's a little bit forgiving in that sense, but nah, once you're in, you're in. No way to change government while you're that same civilization. You gotta wait until you change civilizations to change governments. Too much of sugar bean to even drink coffee. Opposite end of the spectrum. Feels closer to a console game. Interesting. Maybe it does. I haven't played it on console, so I don't really know, but maybe it does. Yeah. This guy's probably going to need to hide a little bit better than right there. That's still in bombard range. But we should keep them here for visibility, so they can just have a wee nap. A mix of PC Civ and CivRev, says EAD81. I should really go back and play CivRev. With its lack of details and options. I hope they build on it. On the bright side, the game is beautiful, and that seems to be, not amongst all critics, but even among many critics, something that people can agree on. Apart from a bit of clutter and excluding the UI, the actual world looks good. I think they found a good balance between Civ 5 and Civ 6. It's not exactly how I would make it. Like, if it was just being built in the vision of Jumbo, it would be slightly different. But it's close enough that, yeah, I agree. That's a great spot for my tile. Wow. This town is so huge. It should be a city, really. Welcome to the new city. Only just recently captured. Still kind of revolting. Let's get it a hospital. That'll help. The Switch compatibility. Yeah, the Switch compatibility is an interesting one, isn't it? I don't have a Nintendo Switch anymore, so I can't try it on Switch, even if I wanted to. But I'd love to see how it works. Up here in Canada, it's $90 to $120. Yeah, I feel ya. I don't know how the Canadian dollar converts to the New Zealand dollar, but the Founders Edition here is over $200 in New Zealand dollars. Which, in US dollars, is about 125 or something. So, you know, it's broadly the same, I think, as the US price. To be fair. Plus taxes. Which are, I think it's 15%. Top tier cost 190 in Canada. Whew! Close to 200 Canadian dollars. Call your FOMO tax. Well, I guess that is what it is. Yeah. That is what it is. Can't wait the 5 days, pay the FOMO tax. Yeah. Fair. Do I have faith that they'll fix the UI? I think that the UI will change, yeah. I don't know about this. I think if you have an issue with this screen here, you could be waiting a really long time. But some of the more glaring stuff, I suspect will be included in maybe the second patch, because they do seem pretty responsive. I'll make a video covering kind of the, you know, the initial sort of day or two's worth of news, what they're planning on doing, what they've done so far, to get myself across it a little bit more than anything. I'll probably make that tomorrow instead of streaming. The modern age units. Yeah, okay, so I have two thoughts on the modern age units, Golf, and you'll see them play out hopefully very soon. I think that the units that they have are awesome. Truly very cool. They look cool, they're satisfying to use. But the variety of them, again, is pretty limited. Not so limited to the point where I feel ripped off, like I'm not salty about it, but there's certainly room to add more. Oh, Harmonia. Harmonia has been spread to the urban district. Good old Harmonia. Oh man, my Twitter notifications are just full of people telling me how frustrated they are. Aww. Okay. Oh, these negative happiness. It's like my Twitter feed in here. But this one gives a +1, so maybe I stack on there. I think I want to try and use the culture tree to pick up relics now. So if there's a mastery option somewhere, that gives a social policy slot. Oh, and that would really surge my happiness too. Okay, fine. We'll get bureaucracy. Ugh. Have I been playing anything outside of strategy games? No, and certainly not not this year. No, not with Civ 7 has just consumed me. Mostly editing it rather than playing it. But hey, I'm catching up on lost time now. But no, not really, I don't think. Oh, I've been playing on my phone. I've been playing the Pokemon TCG, the new newish, I suppose, card game. I've been playing that, actually, quite a lot of that. I forget. I forget because in my mind games on the phone don't count, but they do actually probably count. How about you? Anything tickle your fancy? Mobile TCG? It's cool. I like it a lot. The games are fast. There's still not a lot of card variety, and you need to grind a lot. Or, if you're paying, spend a lot of money to get packs, of course. But, you know, I mean, it's a mobile game. That's how they work. Marvel Rivals is super fun too. I go through phases of playing Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals is more polished than Pokemon TCG. A much more polished experience, and very fun to play for a lot of the same reasons, actually. It's quick, you build a DECK with the cards you've got, a fast game. I think Marvel Rivals has better depth to it. TCG is still a bit shallow, but yeah, agree, that's really fun too. I go through phases. Everyone you know is playing it. I had crazy player count numbers. I see on their Twitter, they tweet out stuff all the time, and loads of people are playing that pocket TCG game, it would seem. I think it was tens of millions of players. Here's a treasure fleet. 1 point. And some gold, but I didn't look at my gold count, and apparently it doesn't pop up. Oh, there it goes. 100. Not really a lot when you're making 750 a turn, is it? Oh, Marvel Snap. Sorry, not Marvel Rivals. Yep, round the wrong way. I have also actually played a bit of Marvel Rivals, though, because I'm an Overwatch fan. Played a bit of that. I haven't played that since I got access to Civ 7. I dropped it like a sack of spuds. But before I got access to Civ 7, I was playing Marvel Rivals. Sorry, so it actually goes for both of them. Teenage progress. Let's go straight to future technology now. Try and speed through this age. Get a bank out there. And a hospital, which will replace the garden because it's the food building, I believe. So I'm just going to slap that down and not even think about it. Do I think I'll play for another 100? Yeah, absolutely. What I said yesterday is still true. I don't see myself playing Civ 5 or Civ 6. I mean, I don't want to say ever again, but it'll be pretty rare for me to go back. This will be the game moving forward. It's certainly good enough for that, and there's loads more for me to discover because there's actually quite a lot of depth to the Civs and the leaders. Loads of depth, and because I've separated them, the number of combos goes exponentially wild. Exponentially wild. Look who we've got here. Welcome back, Hoff. The gang, yeah. Isn't it awesome, Tank? Isn't it awesome? What are we at? 200 plus 50. Okay, coming up to 250 live viewers. I didn't think we'd get close to yesterday. Yesterday was particularly special. First stream back, 100k celebration. No one really had access to Civ, so. But it's still nice. It's nice to see so many people tuning in, though. I was a little bit worried, given I hadn't streamed in what was something like 15 months. It's so wonderful to see everybody. It's also wonderful to see the Forbidden City pop up here in 1225, in the city of Shush. Cool. Looking great. 5 production looks pretty great too. I'll take that in a heartbeat. No Man's Sky. Ah, yes. What a comeback story. It's taken 9 years, but they got there. Another update coming up by the sounds of things, Light No Fire. Yeah, they are a real success, a real turnaround story, aren't they? The best one, better than Cyberpunk's, better than any other that I can think of in recent times. Anyway, not that I'm an expert, but what a turnaround. Any wonders? No. Okay, let's go research initiative to try and surge through as many future technologies as I can. This is how we advance the age as quickly as possible. Whew. What are you doing? Culture Festival. Alright, do a research one after that. Very good. Elite Dangerous. I don't know what it is. I feel naive. I think I'll play Humankind sometimes in future too. Yeah, I still have Humankind installed. It's not a game that will disappear. Humankind's cool. And as I mentioned earlier, but probably worth mentioning again, currently free at the moment, I think, on Epic Games Store. Coincidentally, of course. Total coincidental timing. It just happens to be free as Civ releases. Which is great news, because if you haven't played it, it's worth playing. And it's currently free. So, if you haven't checked that out, I'm pretty sure that is correct. You can check their Twitter page for the details. I saw the tweet this morning. I should retweet it, actually. I don't think I did, because my feed is just full of rage. There we go. I'll tweet that out. Wow. Free to play. Very cool. Free on the Epic Games Store. Right. Medieval Wars or projects? Let's get the wars. Can't go wrong with Humankind for free. Yeah. Yeah. Totally. hate building those warehouse buildings. Humankind, yeah, HK. That's a great tile. Should we get a medieval bridge? Seems a bit pointless. Yeah, no, I don't think we need that. Get the... What's this? A pot cop. Okay, I'll just build it out in the desert instead. We'll keep the pot cop. Couldn't keep up with the updates. Ugh, the eternal problem. Have I worked with specialists? Done a little bit of work with specialists, yeah. They start to become important around the middle of the exploration age. And then obviously really ramp up in the next one. Oh, the frog's already in both of these. It's this one. Dang it. Civ 7 civs have more depth. Yeah, absolutely. Is that a golf course down by the beachfront? I missed it. Maybe it is our very own little Mar-a-Lago. With HK just to use your mods. Good point, good point. Just find the pacings too quick, Al. Too slow? Too quick? It's interestingly kind of, I find too slow and too quick. At the end, I'm like, oh no, the game ended before I could do what I wanted to do. But then, the overall time it takes to play a game maybe is a little slower. I don't know. I'm looking for something that gives adjacency. That's all I'm looking for. Production. Or do I want to just reduce food and happiness towards specialists? Nah, let's go adjacency. I'm trying to get those tiles up to get the science achievement at this point. Oh. Okay, hey, look at this. We're just a thumbs down with the Shoka. Let's have a farmer's market to celebrate. I accept your farmer's market action. Very good. Check in on Confucius, the oft-forgotten leader. You want to trade maps, buddy? Yeah, he loves it. He freaking loves it. I love the early exploration of humankind. Me too, Major King Kong, me too. These guys finally grew. Do I want to incorporate them for 480 influence? I do have a spare settlement. We're probably about to take one. Do I want to have this town? It doesn't, it's not really offering a lot. I'll grow it again and we'll come back and check in 10 turns if I remember. Neolithic. We were talking about the Neolithic age on yesterday's stream. Some people, believe it or not, really disliked the Neolithic era. I thought it was sort of funky, sort of a funky fun as well. I'm in team Neolithic era was cool. I don't want to do anything here. Man, my religion is all over the show. We're gonna have to go very far away to find somewhere to spread it to. Okay. Here's another capital. This will earn me relics up the wazoo. Cannot be used on holy cities or settlements that are being raised. Oh, what? Are you kidding me? I traveled all this way to convert them. I can't convert their capital because it's their holy city. Ugh. I mean, it makes sense, but ugh. Man. Zoom. I guess we could just try and bully the ones around it instead. All 15 hunter garrisons. Oh man. Any wonders? A couple. Maybe I should get them just to have 2 food and 2 happiness on quarters, that's districts with 2 buildings, or 3 relic slots, 1 settlement limit, 4 happiness on cities within 7 tiles of this wonder. Huh. Oh. Stuff it. Shipyard. Ship, yes. Borobudur up here? Yeah, why not? Now's the time to build wonders and tidy up that sort of stuff. Impossible to build at the start of the age. So slow. So slow. What's this, eh? Future tech unlocked. Surging the age. Very good. Let's do it again. And let's do a research project anywhere that's not producing a wonder, or anywhere that can't produce a wonder, is just going to do research projects. Let's see if we can speedrun this. What are you trying to do? Maybe this? No one up here. Oh, what a promised land. There's a discovery. Go, Scout. Man, it's pretty late for one of these. I wonder if it's still actually there. Oh. Have a leader attribute point. How long's that been there for? Holy wars, look at the world. Oh, wow. Okay. Anybody I want to support? I think I'll support Confucius in his effort against Jose. Because I'm going to jump in on that too. Thank you, McCabe. Oh. Okay, so plague is divine punishment or divine mercy. The plague begins. It's a divine mercy, of course, for we have many a holy city. Thankfully, that will do a lot of the heavy lifting in protecting us here. Let's militarize up a little bit as I surge through the age. Of course, I want to actually be fighting. Pretty important. We are the Mongols after all. Let's go Mongol a little bit. You. Districts, buildings, and improvements in settlements that follow your religion are not damaged by minor outbreaks. Bam. And that, in a nutshell, is why religion is good. And outside of achieving victory or boosting your yields, this, I would argue, is its third and final purpose. And I do mean final, because as we move through to the next stage, it really means nothing. Seemingly, literally nothing. So let's go spread the good word of frog harmony. Treasure fleet returning home. I don't know if that's actually going to prove to be worth a whole lot to me, but we'll do it nonetheless. 250 people watching live. Welcome in. And also shout out to people who watch this after the fact. I appreciate you too. get a farm down. There's actually some farmland. A rare sight to see in Civilization 7. Usually I'm just full of tiles. But here we actually have an area that's just kind of a mixture of both. Got some rural roads leading out to the coast, the cotton plantations over there to the right. That's cool. A major outbreak has occurred. Oh, come on. So we need to purchase physicians and then send the physician. This part's a little bit fiddly, but it's not too bad. They can improve it in one. It wrecks every district. Oh, brutal. And causes them to riot as well. So basically this place is just wrecked by the plague. As you'd expect. Plague wasn't known for being, you know, overly kind. How many units do you have? Okay. I really think we need about twice as many. I love that this boat of theirs is now stuck. It can't get out while we're not at war. Doesn't want to because I've got the plague. But it also can't get back because the river is no longer navigable. It's hilarious. Kind of annoying though, actually, because it will make a nice little gun outpost for them. Those people have been sitting there for thousands of years, but now, man, they're going to serve a great role. Is the plague crisis fun? No. I wouldn't really describe the crises as fun. But they're nowhere near as bad as I thought they might have been. And because it only happens twice, and there are upsides that they present, and ways to mitigate them very effectively, I don't think they're not fun either. I'm fairly indifferent toward them. They're fine. Like, they're just fine. I don't mind them, is the honest answer. As far as mechanics go, they're just fine. But you're right, historically the plague was actually tons of fun, so, yeah. We will have hot seat in the game, but it's not in it yet, I don't think. Really? No conversion? Why not? Oh, right, this is still that same city. This guy hasn't moved. Oh, jeez. Alright, maybe this is not a holy city. Maybe they made this their holy city. What's their religion? How do I find that out even? Theocracy. View religion. Founder Ashoka. Ah. Founder Chung. Okay, so that is both her capital and her holy city. Bummer. What would be different in the world in my vision? You don't want to know the world in my vision. How you know? Great people have completely changed. Completely changed, yep. I mean, the Civ-specific ones work kind of the same in practice, but the way that you earn them is very different, of course, because they're Civ-specific civilian units, rather than units that tick up over time by accumulating some sort of points or whatever, bidding for them. Governors are gone too, thank goodness governors are gone. I did not like governors. No, I did not. The animations are cool, yeah. Would be nice to speed them up, though. Or speed up some of the unit movement, perhaps. Though also, you know, with commanders in the game, I don't mind it so much, actually. I have to say, it's not something that actively frustrates me. And I might leave it slow. Race that physician up there. This pikeman can join the front lines. This bombard should probably get somewhere where it can do a bit of bombing too. There, ideally. Oh yeah, scenarios as well are missing. To be honest, I never really played the scenarios. The goofy game modes are kind of cool. I hope they had goofy game modes. But I've never really been a fan of playing the historical scenarios. Really in any game. I'd much rather play my own campaign. Food. Played for like 8 hours on release. So they've got targeted by every other. I get that sometimes too. You can kind of woo them with your diplomacy. If you just give them deals even if you don't want them, like open borders or food festivals, you can generally woo half of them, the ones that like you. Because of course they also have leader agendas that are playing out in the background, so some of that love-hate leader relationship is sort of outside of your control. Civ 5 Die Hard. Good on you. Oh no. Oh, this is terrible. Doctor, doctor. It'd be nice if I could shift-click all of those too, actually, or something. That would be nice. You missed the Civ 6 Wonder builds? Why is that? Like the animations? I think the ones in this game are okay. They're pretty cool. Most of them were made you had the wonders. Ah, yes. Yes. They, that'll do it. Ah, the brick by brick. Ah, right, instead of that sort of chunk by chunk thing that they do in this game. I get ya. I get ya. Research initiatives everywhere. I should be using the hotkey. Sorry. See my mouse move back and forward all the time when I can just hit enter to zoom to the next thing. It's because I give my arm a break. I'm using the mouse with my non-dominant hand at the moment, my left hand, so that my right, the sort of vague tendinitis in my right arm can have a bit of a break. That's why I do this frustrating, I know some people find frustrating pan around. It's because I'm not using my right arm at all. I'm just playing with one-handed with my left hand. So apologies if it's a bit annoying, but I mean, I don't have to, but it's a good idea to. Otherwise it'll get all inflamed and sore, and I'll be doing weird yoga stretches for hours. And no one wants that. So I get into tendinitis in both arms. Yeah, that's right. I've already kind of worn out the right arm over the years. But the left arm's still good, so... time to wear that one away too. Should I buy the game? What are my thoughts on it? I mean, I don't want to tell people how to spend their money. But I think generally, if you like Civ, you'll like this. I think it's cool. I don't intend to go back and play older civilizations. That's my view. Okay, gain science when physicians treat the sick, or gain culture when physicians treat the sick. So here's another way how the plague is not so bad, right? I mean, this is totally fine. I'll take the culture because I think my cities can get the science. If you've never played Civ, interesting. If you've never played Civ, is this worth a buy? Then I guess it becomes, do you play strategy games, yes or no? If you play strategy games, then I think you still probably like Civ. If you've never played a strategy game, maybe go and play Humankind, which is currently free to play on the Epic Store, and then come back to me. That might be my advice. Because that way you can try a game sort of like this for free. Sort of like this for free. Ugh. This is annoying though. Look, this guy, this doctor can barely get there. Oh wait, there's a doctor already there. Quick, cure us! The physicians look pretty cool, standing in this mess. I wish I could get even closer. Though that wheel's a bit glitchy. So all of that should disappear now that the physician's healed it. Get out of there! It's like a nuclear bomb site too. So, oh no. Downloading right now. Oh, cool. Good stuff. The fact that humankind is free right now is great, and a very clever move by them. I like it. But it also works out great because, you know, if someone has actually never really played a lot of these kind of games, I reckon it's a free way to try it. Civilization 6, of course, to be fair, also really frequently goes on special for like 90% off. Civilization, and I'm sure that will continue. Although they sort of did Civ 5 over dirty with the discounts when 6 came out, so maybe I shouldn't say that. But if you could grab Civ 6 for a couple of bucks, that will probably still be a great way for people to try out it'll be probably the best way, actually, for people to try out the franchise. And also get a rough feel for how this game plays. Yeah, it's a holy city. God. And yeah, of course, it's important to note with Turf Dog's comment there, not really enjoying Humankind so much from the midpoint. I'm not saying that they're the same. It's just sort of broad, because they're not. And you may enjoy one and not the other from the mid-game. Like, you probably enjoy, if that's the case, you probably enjoy Civilization 7 a bit more from the mid-game because of the way it does its ages, introducing new mechanics, changing the civs not too much, maybe just the right amount if you're going for a model that relies on changing civs. You probably like Civ 7 a bit more in that case. Let me in, I've got a really great religion to spread. What are we at? 81%. It's probably time for war, because that last little bit will jump away on me, and then I'll flash forward to 20 minutes from now. It'll be me saying, oh, I wish I'd declared war earlier. Dan, your 30s, this game looks good for me. I reckon you'll enjoy it. I think most people will. Is it a dad game? It's absolutely a dad game. Yeah. You don't need to... you don't need to use 2 joysticks at once, but actually, maybe on console you do. Anyway. Lame joke. Research. Let's do it. No more mucking around. Declare war. Initial war support for me, 3 for them, 1. Okay, cool. So, that's good for me. As the music sounds... The mobile version of Civ 6 is free with Netflix. Ah! The Jeff. Good point. Good point. A really great entry point. Maybe a better one, actually. It's on mobile, but... outside of that. Alright. Far from the beaches. A bit of Winston Churchill came out in me then, just a little bit. Sort of a bogan New Zealand Winston Churchill. Alright. We move in. Oh, I love hearing those sirens sound too. That is fantastic. Cavalry up there. Shame the commander wasn't a little bit closer before I deployed. I'm just gonna move around this boat because it's stuck. This army's nowhere near as big as I had wanted them to be. But we have a fleet. And actually, it's a pretty decent one. Boom. The scout racing for the discovery that is clearly gone. I knew it! Would it make sense that it's a game you can't comprehend and leave you alone? Absolutely, yes. Yep. Don't think these actually get built quickly enough. Like, I think I'll probably move these units before the forts get built. Oh, you need an upgrade. Oh, no. Oh, well. Oh, well. Purchasing's been restored here, so I can buy some upgraded units. The upgraded version. Did that happen? Yes, it did. I'm gonna suffer a little bit. The sickly plague. I thought I fixed that. The other physician that was sent here sadly perished to the plague as well. That must have happened all the time, given that they weren't real doctors. And didn't really... I don't know, cures were sort of questionable, to say the least. Perhaps not the most effective response, I don't know. We're not really great at that. And certainly weren't. Ah! This is war. +3 for me because it's pretty unjust. And Tubman's jumping in on it as well. Really not mucking about either. Whoa, whoa, easy. Easy. Watch where you're pointing that thing. And this one's overwhelmingly mine too. We'll just grind down their happiness using my excess diplomacy. I should probably support myself a bit more in this one too, seeing as I'm actively fighting it. But yeah, no, they will just suffer as a result of this. I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to jump in to help their buddy. They're trying to stop me from becoming super global mega power. But, you know, it ain't gonna happen. And also, I have an ally here next to them. Oh, cool. That's pretty neat. I'm pretty sure I have a city right next door to Ashoka. Yep. That unit upgrades, but stays the same. It's just a class upgrade. I was trying to talk about that yesterday, but I couldn't find a good example for it. But some units can upgrade and just stay the same. As well as, of course, upgrading to the ones that are above them in the tech tree in this game. Why did I click Assemble Army? I thought that was... Oh my god. I'm so dumb. Hey, I bet that was fun, Bombard. You're like wasting a turn. We can buy a Bombard and a Galleon in turn, so it shouldn't matter. 3-year-old? Oh yeah, it's gonna look super confusing. I mean, it's bright and colorful, but no way. No way. Unless... Super genius. I'm sure they are. Can't rule it out. We don't really need the happiness. Nah. Let's just... Ooh, Notre Dame! When in celebration, all specialists provide +3 culture. That's really powerful. Not an interesting time to build a church. We'll do it. Trade opportunity. I've kind of got bigger fish to fry at the minute. Loads of diplomatic stuff happened. Probably none of it really matters. Free of plague, good to hear. There's a migrant, which is a nice way to move populations around. fleeing from the plague. Kind of a cool touch, I think. What do you want to do? I guess we could go and cause a bit of trouble up here. Grab a commander because money is not a problem. I would think you're... I would too. Ah. Alright, everybody. Find a nice spot. Close to the coastline. Near your commander. Where are you going? Doing a little celebratory lap. Oh man, we can hit it from the sea as well. Neat. And it does okay damage. Chip away at it slowly. Meanwhile, these chipolatas are going to get in here. Ugh. Get the flank on, get the flank bonus with the cavalry. Finally. Oh, that's a knight though, isn't it? Hey, we'll pretend like it counts. Some fortifications around the borders. Bring in an extra melee unit. Should I bash these horses against this boat that's now free to escape? Oh, don't worry, they've got... It's actually my unique. They've got arrows, it's fine. We'll follow it up with a boat that just magically appeared behind it. Chase it down, Jaws style. His level 9 memento seems really good. I like, thinking back to my pronunciation lessons, Ibn Battuta, a lot. Quite a generic leader, of course, with the ability to just get loads of these each age. And also the trade maps thing is kind of cool. I like him. I like him. I don't know if I'll be able to get it. I don't know. I probably need to play, what, like 2 or 3 games to get into level 9, though? Depends how well I do, I guess. Let's get that, because that will allow our research next stage to move on a little bit quicker, and also boost the cities. I don't think I need to go for the repeatable thing again and again. Maybe it's the right play. Probably later in an age it is, but earlier in an age it isn't. So, I'll start preparing for the next stage now. It's already got the frog. Carry on. Run, you little... What does his level 9 memento do? False paradox. Hey, Mars viewer, welcome back to day 2. And probably the final day, I'm hoping I'll get through it today, of this gameplay. I'm going to try and finish this age and then finish the modern age, which will probably be the fastest age of the 3. It can go very quickly. I've not repaired this bank a million times. Yes, I have. And that too. It's because it's in unrest. I wish it wouldn't... Why are you prompting me to do this? Crazy. Okay. We'll have to just shift end that until it can be cured. Parser, do you want to do us a favor and train a doctor? And get them over there, quick start, and then I'll just shift end through that. Top tip, by the way, just shift enter to end your turn. If you ever get a little bit stuck, or maybe you don't want to research future technology, just want to end without having a research project, or whatever active thing is trying to get you to do like this. Stop. Hey, where'd that boat go? Get back here! You can run, but you can't hide. When worlds collide. Let's get over this way. Maybe we can catch him off at the coastline too. Run! Stop. Oh, my settlement cap has gone well up as well. Just to the moon. You might be able to squeeze around there and fire at that horse. Try and bash it while we're here. Stalemate with the men-at-arms. They're going to take a bit of heat from that. But it's within range of the commander, and so it's all good experience, right? Gonna need probably some more horses to run up this way. Any cavalry unit will do. +1 gold, science, culture, happiness per age. For every attribute tree, you have at least 1 point in. Wow. Oh yeah, I'll be able to check it. I'll be able to change my mementos too. As you change each age. Yeah, no, that seems like a really good memento. That sounds very good. Sheesh. Hope that's every unit. Because that city is kind of being annoying, I have to check each one manually. Burn that down. Yeah. I think we're going to be able to... Oh no, it's not following my religion anymore, look. Ah. Okay. Lucky I noticed. Spread that like that. Spread that like that. It must be following my religion before I... Well, I want it to be following my religion anyway, but if we can capture cities that are following my religion, they're worth twice as much, so... Pretty important. Hey. Pew pew pew! Get him. Ah! It never gets old. I'd say commanders are really fundamental. Their promotions can allow units to attack twice. Some commanders can promote them, can get attacks of their own. They're handy to move units around the map, so there's that handiness element as well. I think you could play without them, but you'd be pretty disadvantaged. Because their promotions are... Oh my god, I'm so sorry I keep doing that. Their promotions are fantastic. This is handy too, to get all units around you to fire or whatever. There's some sort of efficiency improvements with being able to attack with multiple units at the same time. The lumbering bombard's gonna finally wake up. Oh wait, I've actually got a job to do. Whoops. Look at that. All that free space. God. I got that voice. I can't remember the voice that I did. Oh my. Stop. Okay, oh yeah, this front line too. Might as well shuffle the bombard in. I think that's a ghost unit. What is this thing doing? Oh, that's just a commander. Why is there just a commander? Who are you commanding? Get you a buddy. This guy wants to play, we'll play. Who didn't I move? Migrant. Adds his population instantly to the city, and that lets me pick up some silver. Neat. Go to sleep, Commander. And shift enter. Often have to do it twice, because there'll be a unit that maybe hasn't moved, or whatever. We are making a little bit of progress on the wars. Good progress, actually. As we reach 88% of the age, I'll queue up another future tech. We don't need metal casting 2. And this city is pretty unhappy. It's in unrest and very sick. Well, yikes. Having to swap back to purchase and click back into this is rather tedious. That'll do. That'll do. The city's free of the plague now, so it can actually start doing that. Anywhere sick over here? I mean, that one, but we're working on that. Might just make it repair rather than purchase. Give it something to do as well. Just have a quick check through. Could convert to city, but it's probably a bit late for that across the board. Maybe. I don't know. Save my money. Ooh. Nah. Oh, research. Unless Roma, the city of wonder. No, no more. Because I'm not getting any more research, I suppose it could just be the cultures. We have a lot of the wonders are based, so maybe we'll get one in time. 88% age progress. Seems unlikely. Sinking ships is very satisfying to me. Very satisfying. Here's another one. Kapow! Taking candy from a boat. Need to clear the way for this guy to get in. I think, because I think I'll need to have both. Rural and urban. Go, go, go! Yes, there we go. Harmonia is now in the city. I didn't actually need to clear the way because that guy could have just came in. And so now, should be able to take it. We can get rid of... Oh, you unbelievable. Anybody got a move left? No. One of the commanded promotions gives an extra move to a unit, which can also be Very, very helpful. We're probably coming up to a vote soon too, so what I'll do now is just quickly show you the possible options, and then I'll narrow it down to 3 for a poll once we actually get to take a look at what the civs have, what they do. But it looks like the possible options that I've unlocked so far are Buganda here, as well as Prussia, Qing, Russia, and Siam. Again, 5 out of 10 this time, actually, possible options. So, out of those 5, I have a rough idea of 2 out of 3 that I'd like to see included in the poll. But I don't want to sway you, so I'm going to keep my opinions to myself. They don't add Genghis Khan? Yeah, they have to. They have to. Surely. We're starting from a place where Britain doesn't have a leader. But yeah, surely. I see early calls for Prussia, as well as Siam. I am sure I will choose at least one of those for the poll. Probably both, actually. Boom! Where do you think you're going? Go to sleep, little missionary. Spread a little bit of faith. It's a very injured scout camp. I wonder why they're so weak. Wait, what? Can you not fight at all? Huh. Should be interested in a trade agreement with England. Right, so you work like the missionaries. I actually didn't know that. I'm only just discovering. I can't hit that. Huh. What have we got? A festival of happiness. Himiko, you read my mind. It is indeed a happy time. Food or production. Let's go food. And as that celebration has occurred, it's also time to enter a new policy. Science adjacency. Probably a good way to go. Try and get those... that one is really good too, though. Constitution. But we'll go the Enlightenment. Somehow haven't got any other amazing tiles after that first one. Ooh, it's not looking good for you, buddy. Oh, this is a treasure fleet. See what I mean? Okay. Whoops. So you're not meant to be here. The treasure fleet that wants to be playing with the big boys, but it can't. Go home. You're too young. I mean, this is just a gimme at this point, right? Yeah. Yay! Commander probably should have packed them all up instead of moving them one by one. That is something I'll try and get better at with time. Like that. Bam. You can heal. You can heal. Everybody, check under your seats. There's a heal for everybody. Keep or raise? Absolutely keep. Look at me. For the first time ever, 3 below my 18 settlement cap. What the huck is going on? +1 science on quarter might help me towards the goal. Really filling out this tree. Heck, one more to get. Science up the wazoo. Eben Batuta. Science King. Civ 7 tips. I've got loads of Civ 7 tips. I'm overflowing with Civ 7 tips. Make as many settlements as you can. Don't worry too much about the Civ and the leader that you're playing. Food is king. Production, very important too. Prioritize both of those early on. Ha! And clear the way for a... I guess you are going to walk in and grab that while we bombard the crap out of it. 90% of the way through the age. Now, or just about. Doing a lot of production and science. You can't go wrong with production and science. I would argue that science and culture are sort of broadly equally important in this game and unlocking stuff. So science and culture will help you unlock stuff. But in order to grow your cities and actually get out and grab the resources which you want to expand towards, almost always, because these resources are very powerful, you're going to need food. Lots of food. Have I played Chola India? No. I don't think I have. The crisis is growing stronger now that we're at 90% age. Gain science when physicians treat. Buildings, improvements in districts and coastal settlements where the dungeon aren't damaged. Or with commanders. Okay, well, we'll go for the dungeon one. That way all of those cities that meet that requirement will be safe. Let's buy a dungeon. Therefore. Seems like a great idea. Also created another super tile by doing that. So maybe there's opportunity for some more super tiles around here somewhere. Well, like, what's going on here? That's just the dungeon. No way. Oh. What can I get in there that's really outstanding? Get a pavilion next door. And maybe a university. Yeah, let's get a university down. Plump that up. Here, the temple, 9 happiness out of that whomper of a resource. And I think I'll leave that for now. Reasonable yields. That one's not very good. Pavilion, maybe, is old. No. It's just not very good. It's not a very good tile. Do they have the amenities mechanics anymore? Well... No, not as such. Happiness matters, and resources may provide you with happiness. Happiness will determine part of how that plays out. Most of how that played out, actually. Has everyone given a like to the stream? It doesn't look like it, but we are at a nice 250 people watching live. And 114 likes. Thanks for being here live, folks. A little bit later today. Slightly different time zone. Maybe slightly different audience. I think I was just... Oh no, I was well finished. I was probably napping. Neat. Of 5 terms of happiness instead of 6 as amenities. Yes, yes. Far, far closer to Civ 5. Specialists, happiness. There are a couple of other things that are nice and Civ 5-esque as well. The ditching of the governors system and the loyalty systems, they're out the window. One of the crises events sort of acts a bit like loyalty, but Maybe 2 of them, but it's gone. Lots of the annoying Civ 6 stuff is gone. Sorry, Civ 6. Moria, India seems very strong. I don't think I've actually played them either. There's just so much to try, and the games take so long. It's gonna be years before we can... Oh no, I guess we can hive mind overall opinions probably actually far quicker than I think. Civ 5's top for you, didn't really like Civ 6, liking Civ 7? Yeah, I think that'll be quite familiar. That'll be quite familiar to a lot of people who have played those 3 Civs, and maybe only those 3 Civs as well. Because that's sort of how I feel too, broadly. No more exploiting switching cities, yeah. Game reminds me more of Civ 4. Ah, yes. The classic. I tend to leave those out of anything older than 5 out of discussion. But that's for no real reason other than far less relatable. Though maybe not to us. Maybe not to us, actually. You just figured out how to make cities? Ah, yes. Make sure you do that. Down here, everybody. Convert to city. You just need some gold. This is very important. You should probably have about half as cities. Oh, it depends on how many you have overall, though, I guess. Could be a bit much. Maybe a third. Third to half. I have to like it, yeah. Force myself to like Civ 7. Runs. Good start, now everyone's ganging up on you. Yeah, they do love to do that. The AI loves to gang up. I try and keep some of them sweetened up. Maybe Confucius would like an alliance. Yes, he accepts. Brilliant. Let's trade maps too, just to keep him happy. Maybe a farmer's market as well. Yup. Kimiko. Nah, pretty good. These other guys really dislike me. Maybe... Oh, I spent all my influence. I was gonna say maybe I could boost myself a bit more in this, but... I mean, this seems to be going okay. I think we're fine. Need to clear away for this bombard. So it's gonna have to just fire straight in front of itself. You arrived too late, you stupid physician. We're already better now. And I think everywhere has dungeons for the most part, so we should be okay. Imikor has an extremely strong ability for free supports. What do you mean by supports? Like support units? I got the spices. I think the hotkeys are in the control options, I think. Machiavelli? I have yet to play a proper game with Machiavelli. I think I've played with him just a little in like a wee vaguely started game that I had to stop playing. Focus fire! Oh, look at that! That was pretty cool. Commander, flanked by bombards either side, just obliterated that stupid unit. Love to see it. Love to see it. Progress Civ at launch, no arguments. Agree. Agree. Though if the game actually isn't working for you, my heart does go out to you because that sucks. But otherwise, agree. Harriet Tubman just sneaking in for a bit of trade. Oh, hey, look, everybody, it's the Notre Dame. The echoes of our glory and our losses, of our victories and our disasters, have always resounded under those vaults. Go, Notre Dame. That is cool. Big mine behind it. Couple of wonders. They shouldn't really be built right next to each other, but I'm just kind of spamming them out at this point. So that's fine. 96% of the way through. I think I'm adding Siam and Prussia. Was there a third one? There was. I just can't remember it. We'll find it in just a moment. Wonder if I can take this before time runs out. With that running, probably not, actually. Quickly swap to metal casting. Of course, other players' actions could prevent me from doing it as well. They can advance the age too as they reach their milestones, so nothing's guaranteed here. Uganda. Uganda, Siam, and Prussia. I'll put it in now. Though feel free to wait for like 2 turns, because then you'll be able to see what they do. If you don't know what the civs do, I will show you in just a moment, I promise. But let me get the poll started now so that we can get a nice number of votes. Otherwise, democracy is weak. Okay. Modern age civ time. Yeah. Go, go, go! Place your votes. If you want. $825 votes on the last poll. Most people were indifferent. The majority of people, I should say, 42%. 40% thought that Civilization 7 was great, and 16% thought that Civilization 7 sucks. This guy stinks. Oh, this commander's about to take a beating. I think we just let it perish. It's the end of the age, who cares? I mean... Boom, 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 boom! My leader again, Ibn Battuta, who has 2 attributes. Just waiting to be spent. Oh. Okay. Apparently not. Plurality indifferent, vast majority think it doesn't suck. Yep. A majority believe the game does not suck. We can conclude. Or, at least. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, I'm fighting so many fronts. Okay, the turn's done. Oh wait, no it isn't. Commander, let's get 5 strength attacking fortified districts. Handy for plowing into that fortified district. You can probably just... Unit cannot be damaged. Why can't I delete this physician? It's the undeletable physician. Okay, you can just sleep then. I mean, he disappeared. So, that'll do. PS5 controls aren't bad. Use the touchpad to scroll around. Sticks are a bit clunky. Interesting. Go the control pad, eh? Ha! Oh, progress. I think that was the Enlightenment done. 5 districts that are not a city centre with a total of 40 yield each. Just smashed through that right at the end of the age. Oh, and it is too. Look at that, 100%. This is it, folks. Get your votes in if you want to place your votes early. The age of exploration is ending. I don't think I'll be able to break this, but I'll try. Commander didn't even get to deploy all of these units. Ah! No. Oh man, I wish I'd fought these wars earlier. Stupid. Pew pew pew. Said pew pew pew. Okay, fine. Food. And food and production. Your production matters naught. Naught. Gotta go. See you later, USA is number 1. USA is number 1. Just found me on YouTube, but wondered if I'm on Twitch. So you search, and here I am. That's right. Yeah, we're dual streaming to both. 250-ish people on YouTube, and about 15 on little Twitch. Somebody tuned into the Twitch chat yesterday, and they were like, how does this guy, with nobody watching, have access to the game? And I thought, yeah, that is actually quite funny, how that appears. And also, I'm sorry. Finally, we get to advance. Yes, indeed. Wow, Himiko. Not mucking about. Look at her go. Where are you headed? You need to destroy Stockholm with every fiber of her being. Quickly capture that settlement. Yoink. At least we got one more out of him. Peace will automatically be declared, so I don't necessarily need to worry about piecing out. I think we'll just do a bit of pillaging here on the way out. Say goodbye to the age. Couldn't quite get Creek, but successfully took the capital. Let's... Oh wow, couldn't even declare peace if I wanted to. Oh, okay. I wonder what happens if you raise a settlement right at the end of an age. Does the game delete it? Or do you get to keep it? I kind of want to keep it, so I'm going to keep this one. But I don't know, that would be interesting. Stick to Twitch, hashtag Unity. Twitchers don't know about YouTube, yeah. Kind of funny. Kind of funny. I can see where the guy was coming from though. So I didn't bother to reply. +1 settlement limit. I don't really need that, but maybe in future we do. Production toward military units could also be kinda handy. Let's dump a couple more upgrades into that somehow that were just sitting there. We're gonna get even more as we move through to the next stage. So it's gonna be very interesting. Take that, you stupid settler. Ah! All of my cities will convert back, of course, to towns, unless I get a wild card, a legacy upgrade that stops that from happening. Oh my god. Okay, we've unlocked the French, which was not an option until just now. Any hardcore Frenchers in the chat? And also I've just taken that capital city. Right at the end of the age. Feels bad, man. Holy cities can't be raised, so I've got to keep it too. Okay, look, I don't need to do any of this. That's all of the wars done. I'm shift-ending the turn. And we're rolling through the modern age. Hallelujah! The exploration age has come to an end. Prussia winning just 1 million votes. Overwhelming majority, 66%. I'll give France a chance. I think Prussia is probably the better choice for how we've built this, but maybe France is a viable option too. We'll have a look at them in just a moment, and just in case, I'm going to give them an opportunity for you to vote for them, I should say. I'll give you an opportunity to vote for them by going Prussia versus France. And I'll put Siam in again as well. Because I think it was it the second most popular? I can't tell. Okay. Ooh. I think it's going to be Prussia, but I'll give France a chance. Mainly because it rhymes. What have we got? 3 scientific, 2 culture, 1 military, and 0 economic. Ugh. Age progress-wise, I wasn't able to get my final 2 relics after not being able to convert those capitals, so that was a bit of a yikes, and actually makes that religious upgrade grade quite bad, thinking about it now. Treasure fleet, nobody could do it. Too hard. Nobody settled the distant lands. Takes a while to get that online. You need to be quick. Capturing-wise, I did okay. Turned out to be the scientific enlightenment that brought me here. Unity is over. You came back to YouTube. Welcome back. And legacies-wise, you're fairly dominant. You're fairly. Oh, the Twitch chat is fairly quiet. Little bit of experience. I'm now level 3. Definitely not getting that level 9 memento this game. Unless maybe at the end I just get flooded with experience. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not sure how it differs, but completing a game will inevitably be worth more. No? Okay, so the most likely outcome is the cultural, scientific, the militaristic, diplomatic P-Russia. Units receive 1 combat strength for every unfriendly or worse civ relationship. We can rely on that. And plus 30% production towards our wonder. We've got a cavalry that has extra movement and strength for every movement it has remaining. A Prussian ground attack plane, a unique plane, very cool. Civilization 7 just tweeted out, attention PC players. If you're experiencing visual or instability issues in the game, try updating your graphics drivers and restarting the game. This has resolved the issue for some players. And they have a unique railroad, gold, production on rural tiles. And then we have La France, which has great people of their own as their civilian unit. A unique infantry with a ranged attack, pretty cool. You can select any celebration from any government, so your government choice doesn't matter. This is who I played as in that video on the Civ for Access channel. So I have a little bit of experience with France. And they have culture and happiness up the wazoo with those. Finally, I think Siam was the other most popular option. Cultural diplomacy. Also have great people. And a ranged elephant. Unique diplomatic action to immediately become suzerain of a city-state at a higher influence cost. Huh. That's pretty cool. It's very cool, actually. What a neat idea. I either didn't know that or forgot that. Good afternoon. Uzi. Yeah, the Siam one looks absolutely gorgeous, I agree. That's cool. We're here. Go Panda! Great to see you still there. How's the vote going? Oh man, it's really close. But it looks like Prussia's going to win twice in a row. Just 43% to 39% in favor of Prussia. Okay, we've had about 5,000 people tune in over the course of the stream. 264 watching live on YouTube, plus another 15 over on Twitch. And with that, I think Prussia has now just picked up a couple of extra votes. It's going to be... Oh, I keep clicking on Russia. It's going to be P-Russia. a unique plane and a unique railroad. We're going to be fairly industrial, more combat strength. I see you. Okay. I see you. Ranged LE unit is OP. It is OP. That other unit, you're right. Prussian ground attack unit, 3 combat strength. I love planes, so I'm kind of excited to try a unique plane. Let's get in! We're doing it. Prussia, our final civilization, completing our journey, which started as the Persians in the Antiquity Age. Then we moved sort of up and to the right a little bit across the map, moved our way through Eurasia and Asia, sort of did the Mongol thing in reverse. And now we're looping back around toward Western Europe to complete our campaign now, playing as Prussia in the modern age. Very good. Hello! Hello over there in the Twitch chat. How rude. Not at all, but it is nice to hear a hello. One crash on PS5, finishing a wonder, autosave got you back in, didn't crash a second time around. Good to hear, Brian. Good to hear. I haven't had any stability issues personally with this game. I actually don't think it's crashed once. And now watch it crash, but I don't think it has. Yes, and of course, playing the whole time as our leader here on this very goofy, almost green screen looking screen. It looks so strange to me. It just looks so strange. And the text should probably have like boxes and stuff around it. What is this? What is this doing here? The whole game, anyway, as I was saying, as, ready for it? Ibn Battuta. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you'll keep your growth through the ages, I believe. All of your city growth, whether it's rural expansion, specialist expansion, or urban expansion, the whole lot will carry through. Yeah, that screen in particular is probably the biggest lol of the UI for me. I realize you guys might have some too, you're welcome to share them, but for me it's that screen, because that screen should be glorious. Happens twice, age transition, you know, this big new feature. It should be glorious. And there's some nice artwork in and around it, but come on. Okay, the modern age has begun. Step 1 is going to be to assign legacies. I didn't get anything toward the economic one last time, so I could choose to throw all of my legacy points out the window and get this. Watch, the only option, it eats everything. Is it worth it? 100% production and gold towards the railways and ports. They're very important, but that's only toward them. So once you've built them, you lose that. +1 resource slot and settlements, but minus 25% culture. By itself, that would be a card worth taking. But I think they've made these far too expensive. Like, no. Okay? By itself, yeah, that's reasonable. I can build my railway stations and ports twice as quickly. And an extra resource slot in all settlements could be useful. And maybe that's a fair trade-off to lose some of your culture, focus in on the economy this age. Potentially I'm underestimating just how quickly that could surge you toward a victory. Maybe actually it's great because of that. I haven't tested that, so I don't know. If that proves to not be true, then that card sucks and is far too expensive. However, if it proves to be the cheat condition that gets you to a victory before everybody else, then maybe I'm seriously underestimating that. I don't know. I want to try it. I don't know if I want to try it now, though, because I have a lot. Generally, if you have a lot of points, these are worse, because the cost doesn't actually change. Like, I don't have just the right amount of points to get it. It just costs everything, regardless of how much everything is. So if you don't have a lot of legacies, I'd strongly consider it. If you do, I feel like it's just bad, eh? Just bad. Back to the game. Now we're looking for a peaceful Prussia game, Major. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Do I want to change my capital? Do we have any contenders? Either of those could be totally fine. This used to be a capital. Roma as well. A beautiful city. 41 pop. Our original capital could reconvert to be the Prussian capital. Shush is amazing with this wonder too. Yeah. We have loads of options and I actually don't really think it matters, to be honest. Anyone up north worth a go? That was a capital as well. They're a little small, not terrible. think I might go with Roma. Is the bitrate too low? You know, I tried to change that actually. YouTube bitrate settings stream. I thought I shifted that up because it probably is a little bit low. So some people say, nah, the quality's fine. Other people are like, it's a bit low. I will actually fix that for next time. It looks like it's a little bit too involved for me to fix on the fly. Yeah, let's shift it. Let's shift it because it's fun. It's also free. I only have 2 options. I'm going to make it Roma. We're going to embrace that. +3 science per turn for each quarter. Hospitals become plague hospitals, retaining their base yield, adjacency bonuses, and effects into the next age. Or universities become golden age universities, retaining all of their effects. This is very strong. I'm going to do the golden age enlightenment because that's the best one you can get, apparently. And then also take, with one of my wildcard, my only wildcard points, the +3 science per turn for each quarter. Woof. He loves his science. I could start with 20 culture, or get some points. I think I'll start with a 20 culture because I can get points in other ways. And I'll take a militarist point to complete that. That's a tasty group of upgrades. Heck yeah it is. Yeah, the Dark Age stuff. Generally, I wouldn't recommend it if you've got other points to spend. Great if you don't, but seems very bad if you do. Oh, all of my advisors are like, we need a supermarket! Okay, you got it, boss. 19 food, coming up. Naval Commander, ready for another promotion. This will complete a tree and give me one of these very powerful things. Give me an ability. Grants a naval unit with command radius of 1 extra and restores 2 movement. Gain an ability to directly damage a unit from my commander. +1 movement for all units within my command. I didn't mean to click that. +1 command radius is good. Or +5 combat strength. I'm just going to take that and just brute force a really powerful navy. Ship of the line now, of course. Try and get these out of here. I'll go this way for no reason other than I want to go this way. Here's another fleet commander. It's pretty clogged up here. I had a lot of fleets, eh? Many a boat. Very good. Get these out of this tundra wasteland. Going the wrong way, buddy. Commanders are amazing. So straightforward, but also complex. Yeah, great way of putting it. Great way of putting it. Easy to use, maybe difficult to master. Prussian now at 51% support after the fact. Great to see. Here's another commander ready to go. Might just put you over there. That's actually not the commander. That's fine. You can stay put. We're not actively fighting anybody at the minute. Oh, resources. Oh yeah, cities. Before I go any further, 2,700 gold. Our capital has been renamed to Berlin, which is great. I think that this old capital should be a city. So let me... I was going to buy that grosser first, but no. Let me convert that. Who else do we want? Probably this one. You're still a city. Of course. Neat. think Shush should be a city as well. The great city of Shush is back. Maybe one over here as a base of operations. I do like that idea. This place has seen some tough times. Sure. You're a city as well. However, that word is said. And that might do for now. Still got a lot of gold, but... yeah, no, actually, that doesn't really do for now. Kind of trying to spread them out a bit. Berlin, loads of stuff feeding into Berlin. Maybe one of these ones up the north. Yeah, up the north. For some reason, only 200 bucks. What? Interesting. Maybe that's to do with how many other cities are nearby. And it scales with how many you do. Or what was a city last age is cheaper this age. That could also be true. Commanders are awesome. It's agreed. What does it want me to spend here? Seemingly nothing. I think I've already spent those. Game's a bit behind. Time to choose a technology. Of course, the modern age technology tree is here. I love flight. Could upgrade our boats straight away as well. Ironclads and ports for the money. Probably a good idea, seeing as money seems to be driving a lot of my buildings. I'm going to go for the steam engine first. Also, don't sleep on this. Could be useful. Probably don't need the yields in this age, though. Maybe we're okay. Culture-wise, it's only going to take one turn to get... Ooh. Production toward overbuilding, because I'm going to be doing a lot of overbuilding. Yeah. And that should allow me to use both gold and production to upgrade cities as quickly as possible, as my science is very strong, so I'm probably going to be getting some buildings, hopefully. My traditions, of course, the policies that I unlocked through my previous civilizations carry through. 25% production in cities not founded by you is a great Mongol policy, so we'll take it. +4 settlement, happiness and settlements not founded by you for each resource. Yeah, stuff it. The ones that we've taken are going to be great. Take the gold. All of these should be old, so it doesn't matter too much where it goes, I suppose. I want to keep good tiles for other stuff. Maybe dump it over here by the pavilion. Yeah. On the pavilion, I should say. And Berlin is pretty unhappy. Let me buy you a city park. It's unhappy because of all these old buildings that are now really not giving a lot. Let me boost you up. Oh, and resources too. Resources should be able to help a bit. Berlin's going to need more happiness. +6 happiness in a city with a railway station, but only 3 without. Anything else? We can't use the factory resources, unfortunately, so I'm actually very low on resource. Plow that in there to keep it in the green. And if I quickly scroll through, we can see... Ooh, that town is very unhappy. Lahaina. As is Parsa. As is that last one. Okay. We'll deal with that when we get there. Future me, deal with that problem. Yeah, I think all of our boats can repair anywhere. I don't think the age matters. To answer your question, Dean. The Burly Gamer! Hey! Welcome in over on the Twitch stream. Good to see you, Manish Moose. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. This is why we Twitch and YouTube. The connection. Almost 0 innovation overpriced console game, 45% Steam rating. Ooh, it does seem bad at first glance, Alex. I think it'll be okay. For most people who play Civ. What do we want here? -6 happiness and 6 happiness from a park says to me it's time to build a freaking park. And we'll overbuild over that old temple too, because no one wants to see that anymore. Commander is going to run down that way. He forgot to take his bombard with him. No? Bombard? Okay. This guy's got some units. He can go over there instead. And I think the rest of these for now, if units have spawned in territories, they can probably just stay there. We might... I was going to say sleep. Yeah, okay. That boat can just sleep here. We'll upgrade it, of course, once we get the upgrades. Review bombing, yeah, we should expect that. Reviews will pick up after the initial bomb and like technical issues of people whose drivers aren't updated or the game just isn't working for them for a fault non their own. And then once the review bombs go away, those initial teething ones go away, it'll pick up. And then of course we should, as we've said already, also expect it to just pick up with time. Because that tends to be what Civ does. And I see this game being no different. Commander, we might need you in the new world. Potentially... Oh, it's risky though to just leave this place completely undefended. You never know what'll go wrong. So actually stay put. The Raiders! Ah, it's so cool. I love the way that Twitch does chat better. I think it does do chat better. Although YouTube's upped its game a bit. It's got polls and some, you know, sort of monetization-y stuff. But I think that Twitch actually handles the physical look of chat better. Stuff that's meant to stand out, stands out. Though that @JumboPixel thing on YouTube works pretty well too. That orange highlight stands out a mile away to me when I'm quickly glancing at the chat. Anyway, enough boring platform chat. We're in. We've made it to the modern age. And this one will probably go pretty quickly. I've got my first civic straight away, speaking of pretty quickly. And now we've got 2, not 4 leader attributes, I think, to assign. What do I want to get? Culture from resources is decent. I've got nothing in the diplomatic one, so it's probably best to ignore it. Try and go for some better benefits later on. That could be alright. Bit weird for Prussia, but maybe. That would have been alright like 2 turns ago. Probably a bit late for expansion-y stuff. Unless I want to increase the specialist limit. Militaristically, I've done a lot of this. -1 gold could free up a bit of cash. Promoting all my commanders instantly. And then science is basically done. I'm going to complete it for completionist's sake. Significant scientist achievement unlocked. And then I'll go for the gold boost immediately of -1 on unit maintenance. And that will hopefully let me buy some stuff a little faster. Oh. I did have the extra 2. Oops. Oh, well, I didn't really mean to get those, but I've got both of those. Okay. Neat. How does trading work? You basically just buy a merchant, or build a merchant, and then, which I should do actually. Am I blind? I need steam engine. Next turn. Anyway, buy a merchant, send it to an enemy city. You'll get all of the resources that they have there, and they'll get a bit of money. That's it. It's very easy to use and very powerful. Which government do we want? Culture or science at the bottom. Gold or that useless relationship thing, which I don't care about. Production and combat strength. Who? Who? I mean, we get better units with science, and then we will be stronger. So I'm going to go Elective Republic. Don't know if my logic holds. We'll see. you can just go back to base. And you, my friend, can establish a little fortification on the outside of the city. And just kind of monitor what's going on in the new world over here. Just finished your first game after 15 hours. Congratulations, Pug. Probably get to this stuff, actually. And then upgrade. Maybe sneak in there for an upgrade, just to speed it up a bit. I'm stupid. Okay. I'll get these base ones, then we'll get combustion. Yeah, no, they're just all ships of the line. Just a load of ships of the line. Added a civic and tech tree. Just added a search to it. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I guess you have to go Civipedia. Ironclad. Upgrades to cruiser requires steam engine. Damage. Stuff. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Why can't you build a factory in your distant land? Just your distant land? Do you have the... Do you need a port as well before you get the factory? Does it need to be connected to the rest of the network? Mass production. Must be built in a settlement connected to the capital by railroad. That's probably your problem, I'd guess. Not connected by port, but connected by railroad. And port. You have the port and the railroad? Oh. Well, in that case, I'm stumped. I wouldn't be streaming it if I didn't enjoy it. I don't tend to stream games I don't enjoy. So yeah, I'm enjoying Civ 7. It's not a perfect experience. We've canvassed a lot of that today and yesterday. But yeah, absolutely, I'm enjoying it. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. Dude, don't wake up at, midnight and stream through until 9 in the morning for a game that he dislikes. I'll tell you that much for free. I'd be... Okay. Huzzah! Oxford University for 2 free technologies, wildcard attribute point. Probably won't be able to afford to build it though, because it is pretty hard to build wonders at the start of the age. And the schoolhouse as well, which will be a nice upgrade to our libraries and all that crap. Though I do want to keep my universities. Because they're golden age universities. Grab military science, complete the base. And let's boost science even more. Because I've got a lot of it, 20% is a very significant boost to science at this very early stage. The extra overproduction bonus will help a lot here too. You're going to be a fishing... factory town. Nah, fishing town, I've got plenty of gold. Give you a cheeky upgrade. Why not? And I'm out of money. Loads of commanders waiting on that border. Gee, I hope that doesn't turn into trouble later on. And the fleets will sail by. Thank goodness for commanders. Ow, otherwise... Stupid thing. Otherwise the micro would be a lot larger. One of the good things that Civilization 7 certainly has done. In my humble opinion. You've decided not to refund. Rip 190. Goodness, yeah, no, it's a tough pill to swallow. If you want the early access and you want the DLC, it's a tough pill to swallow. If you don't, probably doesn't, I mean, it doesn't matter at all, I don't think. Aha! Quickly try and befriend, firstly, the Bukhara people, the Bukharan people, I should say, of Bukhara. Pahasapa is going to be a bit annoying too. Let's send a mortar to blow them up. Sail right up this river. Then we'll just get rid of them. Influence them, get rid of them. Sort of flank Creek in every possible way. Combustion is just a military upgrade, so there's an argument that actually I shouldn't get that right now. And I should probably get the building upgrades first. Because I'm not fighting anybody, and I think that's sensible. Oh! Oh, man. The blizzards are really cool. Look at, I think they look fantastic. I think they're probably my favorite natural disaster. It was the first one I experienced in that first video that I posted, which was my first game. Loads of first. Well, technically second game, but first game here. Oh my god. Shame the repairs are so annoying. Just give me a repair all, you know? Also a bit glitchy, but it's sort of a different problem. Stuff you. Production up to that city, absolutely. Always production. Couple of extra buildings in that little town. The tech tree is too short? It could be. Yeah, and in the modern age specifically, it is. Not sure why I didn't put these in before. Feels like a bit of an oversight. I don't think it really matters too much where they go. Might be a good idea to separate them out. I.e., don't put all your whales in one basket. Depends, though, on the benefit, I think. Thank you, Timeless Ninja. Gotta wait until the 11th. Yeah. Good idea to take the day off. Great idea. The game will probably be patched by then. I think the people who are playing starting in the 11th will be maybe on average happier than the people starting to play now. Maybe. I don't know. Where shall I put this? I won't make the same complaint twice, but it would be nice if the UI helped me just a little bit more. Not just by calculating the adjacency, but also by showing me what's old. Although at this point, everything's old, so let's just burn it all down, except for the universities. See ya, Kiln. Ugh. There's a couple of old districts here. This is a very sort of ancient town. Got some cool stuff in it still. Megaliths. And now sawmills. Fishing quays. I like that the blizzard leaves the snow around after it goes too. It sounds dumb, but it's a nice touch. This is now a snowy city for just a fraction of time, just a little bit of time. Cool. I've realized now that there's nowhere to put these boats. Back out we go. On your bike. Massive navy. Hoo-wee! For the Mongols, they sure do have a lot of boats. Humanism to increase my specialists, or +1 production adjacency to all buildings on navigable rivers. Ooh. One of mine, one of theirs. Fine. Tricky. Beautiful. Production. Ooh, do you want to be a city? I think you do. Harsa. Traditionally always been a city. We'll grab it a military academy online, the greatest military academy the world's ever seen. Woof. Double wonder. Introduce the 4th age. I'm a little skeptical around how it would work. Don't get me wrong, I can absolutely see it happening. But I'm a little skeptical about... like, it's a lot to add. These ages are big. They take 5 hours to play. You're gonna add 5 hours worth of... It better be 5 hours worth of content. That's how I'm skeptical about it. But of course, it could work. In a game with ages, you could add more. When would I expect it? I don't know. I sort of weirdly prefer them to just do civs and leaders, because at least then it's optional. Arguments can be made around, of course, who's the most important and who should have been there from the start, i.e. Great Britain, but at least those are optional. Whereas often mechanics aren't. Like, one of the reasons why I recommend the Platinum Edition for Civ 6 and the full, complete version of Civ 5 too is because you need those extra features. They are, in my view, non-negotiable if you want to have the full experience. Of course, I can always dig out caveats, you know, if you're new, you probably don't need them and blah blah blah, but some of that stuff, really a different game without it. Completely different game. Civ 5 Complete versus Civ 5 Base. Civ 6 Complete versus Civ 6 Base. History does tend to rhyme, and it wouldn't surprise me if that therefore happens again here. But my hope is that it won't. Add all the civs and leaders you like. And if you're adding an age, it better be really chock full of stuff. Or cheap, and basically just a continuation of the modern age with some extra units, death robots, extended victories, I suppose. Maybe they could revamp the modern age too. Let's continue the story, see if we can get a better benefit out of that narrative event. Nukes have no purpose since you almost immediately win the game. Yeah, it's true. That could be tweaked, though. The requirements around the military victory could be slided either way to make nukes a little easier. You know, maybe Manhattan Project becomes something else in the victory condition and becomes available for everyone earlier as a project or something like that. You know, like I feel like that's not a problem that needs a whole new age to fix it. How do you justify paying money for civs and leaders? Well, I don't, because I don't care if you buy them or not. But it takes time and money to make them, therefore you probably need to pay money to use them. They're ultimately optional extras because the game will have enough civs that people could play for literally hundreds of hours and never play with every default combo. That's probably how I would justify it. But again, I don't care to be in the business of justifying how you spend your money. That is no business of mine. Haha, supper. Looking nervous. Looking very nervous. Should we build over a bath or a wharf? Wharf. Time for a port, one of the 3 key pieces of infrastructure that we're going to need to connect. This mortar, slowly eking closer. It's actually just going to destroy the town. Go, you mortar! Solar panels, robots. Yeah, no, you wouldn't want to cram all of that into the modern age already, because it is already a fairly full age. Though you could extend it out, because it ends a little bit quickly, I'd say. But if you're gonna do that, then by all means, give me an extra age. But it better be chock full of stuff. That's all I'm saying. There better be enough to justify it. And I'm not 100% confident that there is. I can see some stuff. Giant death robots, solar panels, helicopters, potentially if we don't want to put them in the modern age. All of them, except for the giant death robots, you can make an argument should or could just be in the modern age already, though, is the trouble. And the game is already very long. And so, I don't know. I just don't know, eh? Here we have the disperse independent feature. It's very easy. They just go away. That's all it takes. Why is this migrant fleeing this city? The city's so happy. You're mad. Come to Berlin instead. It's the capital. It's great. Job opportunities. Extra content is totally unnecessary to experience the full game, but it gives a little extra content for those who want it. I'd rather them have civs available for purchase than staggering the game release. I agree, Fancy Oaf. I agree. Everyone's trashing the UI. Can I show you some things that are bothering me? I'm not as bothered by it as the everyone are. I've made plenty of cases for parts of it that actually look pretty good. I mean, this is fine. I have no issue with this. I have no issue with this thing down the bottom, blah, blah, blah. But we've also seen throughout the stream, Jamil, some things that are not great. My favorite one that I can't show you because it happens as you move through the ages. But there's some stuff in there that is a little rough and ready. The other example was more of a feeling, so I can't really show you it either, but there's a feeling that it's quite easy to lose units. I believe also that this UI is actually just not bad looking, but at fault. It should be easier for me to see what are old buildings and what are new on this screen. And currently I don't think that's easy enough. So there's 3 things. Unfortunately I can't really show you them because some of them are either feelings or time dependent, but those would be the examples that would come to my mind straight away. Sometimes an awkward and difficult to navigate feeling too, apparently. That one doesn't quite resonate as well with me. Occasionally, on the whole, maybe not. Kind of feels quite Civilization 6-esque. Feels comfortable, perhaps. The dungeon's old, so that can go. And these are all factory resources, and so I just have nowhere to put them because I have no factories. Some effects are not obvious in the tooltips, it's true. At least it worked. It's a low bar. Why can't you go here? The settlement cannot expand. Huh. Okay, fine. Go to this town. It's really nice and historical. You'll love it. Is there a flood mechanic? Rivers can be flooded, but there is no sea level rise mechanic, if that might have been what you were referring to. But the rivers can flood. Nothing else can, though. Oh, what a tile. 333. Ayo! The misaligned lines in the tech and civic trees. How have I not noticed this? What do you mean by that, Al? I don't quite follow. Those, you need those two for that. And then those two for that. Am I dumb? Oh, I mean, that one's a fairly straightforward line. Sea level rising, you want it in the future era? Some people, a lot of people hated that in Civilization 6. I wonder if they left that out because of feedback, or if they left it out to save it for a future update or DLC. I don't know. The thing isn't symmetrical? Because of the mastery options, maybe? The branch of combustion. Man, we're really getting into the detail. I gotta be honest, I don't notice things closely enough for this to bother me. Oh, this little bit. Are we talking about this little bit here? Oh man, we're really getting into the depths of Steam review at that point. I see. I mean, I think I see. Where these lines connect is not quite lined up properly. Okay, no, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Man, I'm probably only gonna get like 2 hours sleep tonight now. Nah, your point's well taken. That's sloppy. That is sloppy. Thankfully, I need to put my glasses on to see it. Okay. Happiness and gold toward maintaining buildings. Yes, please. That's the most common complaint. Wow. Wow. IGN 2 out of 10. Little things don't line up on tree. Oh, that's so funny. People are so nitpicky. Who's even looking at this? I never noticed. What? Extraordinary gameplay. Oh, man. There's a lot of UI elements you could say need a glow up. And that does, but it wouldn't be at the top of my list, personally. That is hilarious. Oh my god. Imagine being a developer of this game and just having to read through that and thinking, yeah, I mean, they're right, but also, I mean... Come on. Ports are expensive, and we're going to need these, of course, on all of the new land areas. The lighthouse is old, so we're getting rid of it. Thankfully, the world's very bright in the modern age, so we don't need lighthouses anymore. This is far too big to be a town. Let's make it a city. City with a port. I'll never... you're right, actually, in the chat there. Lots. It's the kind of thing that I wouldn't notice, but now that someone's pointed it out to me, I will notice it every time. So apologies to everybody watching this video. Because if you didn't notice it before, you're gonna notice it now. And maybe it'll annoy you too. That's a good point. The removal of builders. Yeah, I actually like the removal of builders too, even though the builder is probably my favorite civilian unit of all time. I don't miss it. Anyway, I don't miss it. Put it that way. And I was kind of used to that growth model from Humankind as well, personally. Not having to send a unit out, like, you know, like right now I have to send a fishing boat. Oh, the fishing boats. Oh my god. Build a fishing boat. Build a worker. Stop. Stop. At least the builders took a step in the right direction there. They've sort of improved that over time, actually. I quite like the worker arc. Okay. Time to reconsider. Oh, my eyes! Oh! Oh, 2 out of 10. Terrible game. Ah! Make it stop. I can't look. Get me out of here. Oh, whew. Oh my god. Oh, that was lucky. Oh shit, I'm really sorry, everybody. It's brought me to curse even. I'm just so sorry. I'm just overwhelmed. Okay. Whew. Let's get our railway stations online. Bowl down this crappy old thing. Yeah, that deserved a Jimbo face. Fair. You're fair. And the upgrade part, yeah, I like the way how they've merged the rural, the urban, and the specialists all into that one category. It makes it easier to use, though I agree that transparency of information could be improved. The railway station's going to bowl down 2 buildings. That could be good if they're 2 old buildings. But I also don't want to waste a really great tile on a railway station. So I'm going to build it out here. You've ruined it for me, Al. You've ruined it. That's it. No more videos, no more streams. Everybody pack up, go home. We're done here. I don't really want a sawmill here, I don't think. Let's just get the industrial stuff online. Ports, railway stations, and then factories. Once that's online, everything else will fall into place. What do? You do a lot of farming. So let's make you a fishing town. You'll be a great source of food for years to come. Support unit that finds and extracts artifacts. Haven't mucked around with that much. That will lead you towards the cultural actual victory for this age as well, not just a legacy path, but both. Quickly taking a look at that. To complete the legacy path, once you do that, you'll then unlock a victory condition, by the way, for all of them. As you can see, the World Bank, which requires you to send a banker around everywhere. We need railroad points. Kind of works the same way as the treasure resources last time, but this time around we need to get factories, railroads, and then put resources in the factories. For military, it's about conquering settlements for the first time. This time it uses ideology, which will unlock through culture to boost it up. Science is about just completing the science tree, and I would argue your production, because you have a lot of city projects and stuff to build and complete. And then culture is about these artifacts. Find 15 of them. Once you do that, you then unlock the victory conditions. For the World Bank, you have to send your bankers around to everyone's capital. For military, Operation Ivy needs to be built and unlocked. This is kind of like the Nuke victory path. Basically just a project. With science, essentially, it's also just projects that you build in your city. 3 of them to be the first into space. And then for culture, I think that I haven't actually done the culture one yet. But from what I can remember from the dev diary, it works slightly differently. It's still project-based, but there's something about it. What is it? I can't remember off the top of my head. It's really going to annoy me. Somebody, I'm hoping in chat, will remind me. So I'm not going to use the Civipedia. Or maybe it'll just come to me. When are we going to get some war? Oh, we're prepping. We're prepping. Look at this cool thing, by the way. I love the modern military units. There's no conquest path? Well, essentially, the military one is, because it requires you to conquer settlements. But you don't need to take all of the capitals. No. You just need to conquer the settlements to get all this age progression done, and then complete Operation Ivy. Which first requires the Manhattan Project. So you build the Manhattan Project, you get nukes, and then you complete Operation Ivy to win the game. These guys are so dumb. But America has some exploration artifacts, apparently. So I'll go and have a look. I guess. There are 7 civs left, and there can only be one. It's true. A supercell thunderstorm. That's a pretty sweet animation. That poor house out in the middle of nowhere. Oh. Oh. Make it stop. Build a grocer instead of a temple. Very modern. Already 11% of the way through. How? Hey, railway stations! Time to get them online, smack them out in the middle of nowhere. Then we'll be able to, well, no, factories, then we'll be able to actually use all of the resource we got. You will have noticed that some of those resources, of course, have all of those have carried through. So some types of resource, I think bonus types quite often, just become factory resources, and then you can't use them until you get your factories online. Himiko would like to re-up our alliance. These disappear through each age, but generally aren't too hard to re-up. And holy diplomatic influence. Just trying to find this place. I've got a lot of influence. Let's get these guys to target right next door to them. Take another 14 turns to befriend them. That feels very slow, eh? Friend you. Any others? This one up here could be useful. Grab you. And then maybe cozy up to Confucius a little bit more with a farmer's market for extra growth for the pair of us. And I'll swap maps with you again too, buddy. And this guy, counter spy. Because he's probably spying. He's probably spying on me. Let's go factories and then flight. I am so scientific, it's ridiculous. More science! Schoolhouses, railway stations, everything, everywhere, all at once. Specialists for a whomping +6 culture. +3, +5, +2 production down there. I'll take that actually. Take that all day, every day, baby. This place is going to need both a port and a railway station. It's pretty far away, so get to work. And my ally is at war. Himiko has called me to war instantly. I kind of feel like she used me a bit there. You see what she did? Hey, let's be friends. I was like, yeah, okay. And she's like, sweet, cool, war. Or we're not friends anymore. Okay, fine. I'm like, I'm sorry. Really justified for me. And I could have ramped that wall support up so high if I hadn't tried to befriend those independents. It's not even funny. But Himiko's got war on the brain, and New York, New York. And I was going to say there's a good target near me, but actually maybe there isn't because I took that last time. Where is this guy? Oh. Wait, okay, so we've got Tubman in blue, Chung Truk in what appears to me to be much more green, but then these blues look quite similar to me. I think I'm looking for this light blue, this teal, which is not these. There it is. Bay Ping. Okay. Alright, Himiko. The chat wanted war. They're gonna get it, and it looks like it's gonna be fairly swift. I should have sent the commander over here. Noob move. Is it too late? Probably. Oh. But here's one I prepared earlier. Yes! What? That annoys me. I just wanted to move one to get visibility, but now I'm... Oh. Himiko also wants me to fight Tubman. Oh, she doesn't ask for much, does she? Okay, fine. I'm sorry, Tubman. Oof. That one was unjustified, so Tubman's got the support. That's going to hurt me a bit. But actually maybe open up a chance for a front up here too. Can we sneak this commander through this guy's land? Give me open borders. He accepts. You coward. You absolute coward. Thanks, though. Forward march. Except for that bombard, which is going to stay behind. And yeah, I wonder why he accepted. Because if he didn't, I was going to drag him into this world war as well, and things were going to get really silly really quickly. So I'll just stay put here and keep up my sort of military might. What is this barbarian doing? Ah! Cities, interestingly, don't have their own attack in this game. Just realized. They have fortifications, but you can't build... They should maybe add that. Once you build walls, you can then build, like, a gun on them or something. It makes sense. Maybe it would be too strong. Maybe the fortifications are already too good. The Jordan River is flooded. There's a flooded river for you. Ugh. Ugh. And we're suffering war weariness. Oh, you're suffering war weariness. Oh, very good. Let's send in the land ship. I love these rinky-dink looking tanks. Looks like someone made it in their backyard, like in their garage. I love it. These modern units, they're so great. Miko, get out of the way. Looks like she's going in already and I just can't see it. That's awesome to see. This alliance has been an alliance through the ages as well. Himiko and I, best buds. Confucius, jump in on it. Yeah! I don't think I can call him to war though, annoyingly. Not sure why that's not a thing. The Killdozer! Is it too soon? Nah, surely not, Jackson. It's absolutely the Killdozer. Let's send the Killdozer in. Boom! 47 down on these old medieval ass defenses. They don't stand a chance. Cruisers and dreadnoughts now too. I'm going to need a lot of money to do some upgrades, but I'm going to buy one more land ship because they're awesome. Where's the navy at these days? Just chilling. Ship of the line, looking fantastic as well in the modern age. How you doing? Oh boy. What a ship. The music is A+. You're right, Red Panda. The music is fantastic in this game too. Credit where credit's due. They've made another great soundtrack. 4X games often have great soundtracks. I guess they've got a lot of material to work with. And they seem to put a lot of effort into it too. We're beelining science, so let's keep doing it. An absurd amount of science is being pumped out here. Happiness on mountains and 6 culture on natural wonders. It's not the best policy here for me right now, but I have to take that. Oh man, where is this? Where is this? I think I'll turn resources off. They don't matter as much now that I'm not expanding. I could turn Hex Grid off as well for a really clean Whoa. Wow. I know you said you weren't here for yield porn, but take a look at that Great Barrier Reef. Bloody hell, that Great Barrier Reef! I mean, that is extraordinary. Nothing built on it. What a place to be. That forest is probably okay too. Yeah, it is! Oh, wonders in this game is so much fun. I see why everybody chose to play as Isabella in their early videos. It makes sense. It does make sense. Okay, wars are on. Railroads need to get online too. They'll all roughly take about 10 turns. Let's bowl down whatever that old thing is and put a railway station there instead. It is the modern age after all. The milk tanks. Yeah, they're just our trade vehicles. Just big trade. Made them in my garage. I wish they wouldn't prompt me to do that screen. There's nothing to do there. Merchants make a great amount of money as well, and I have not used them at all. I thought they were cheap to buy, but apparently they're not. Take care of that scout, would ya? Pew pew pew! Hard to see the units in the cities, even though they're massive, but these guys look pretty cool. And people are fleeing this city like there's no tomorrow. Migrants everywhere. Oh my god. Look at all these trade routes that I'm not taking. Far out. That's a lot of resource. What? Sheesh. 14 turns to get there though. Wait, hold on. I see an easier way to do this. Some old buildings not repaired. Now I'm not going to have the money to do it. Yeah, look, I'm minus 44. 440. Loads of wonders, but as we've said, they're far too expensive. Inflation. Yep, it'll do it. Slowly over time. 2% a year, except for those last years, which were like 10%. Killdozer, kill! Oh wait, no, not yet. We need another turn. "16 turns for that slow mortar to bobble its way over here. In the very first version of this game that I played, the reinforcement happened the next turn, regardless of how far away the unit was. It was so good. I don't know if it was an ability or probably a glitch, or I don't know what was happening, I can't remember, but man, that was a lot of fun. Speaking of a lot of fun, let's get these needing to upgrade units in here. And show New York City what it's got, what we've got. Or maybe we just go straight for Aksum, which no longer is a capital. Where is Tubman's capital at? Don't know. Hey, Baltimore! Shout out to you. Off. 5 culture. Yes, please. Oh, yeah, the missile silos are... the missile launch pad, actually. Because they don't have military missiles. There's another point for your we need an extra sort of post-modern age argument. Which has a lot of good points to it. It does. Or maybe more broadly, stuff is missing. Depends on how you frame it, I guess. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Okay, so now we have our Prussian Civic, which I actually needed to get a really long time ago. Our modern civics, and then we have the choice of these different ideologies. These are the ideologies that impact your military victory. So if your opponent has a different ideology to you, you'll get more points for capturing their cities. The modern age makes you want to play War Thunder. Oh, and the planes in this game will, in particular, I reckon, maybe more than previous. I don't know. Maybe I just love planes. So these will impact our specialists in different ways, primarily. Do you want to get production and gold from them? Go fascist. Do you want happiness and culture? Go democracy. Do you want science and food? Go communism. And then they upgrade through. Excuse me, I just needed a drink. Just choking on nothing. Socialism is also pretty good because it helps with projects at the end here. Loads of projects in both the military and scientific, I mean, all the time projects. Production towards buildings with railway stations, also quite good if you're doing the proper modern age setup and getting that stuff online, which I think is the right way to play it. Happiness and culture. Basically, which victory condition do you want to boost? Right? Culture. Kind of a mixture. And I'd argue probably science with communism. The nukes, the nuke that you get instantly appeared inside of an aircraft carrier for me when I unlocked the Manhattan Project. I think they also go to aerodromes or air bases because they work the same way as the aircraft carriers work. I think that's where they spawn. Technically not a missile silo, it's all bundled into the airbase. Sorry, I should have said. That's a very important detail. Comrade Jumbo. Yeah, I think communism is the way to go. It might be the best one. Victory dependent, but I think it might be the best one. +2 culture from specialists, but they cost more happiness. Or science. Or food. Man, my science is about to get silly. 660. Okay. Oh. Trade. We need trade. Wait. What's going on here? It's only 2 turns. I'll queue up another merchant. Don't even know what to do with this place. Let's go fishing town. Try and help grow the city next to it. It's got quite a few fishing boats. Ooh. Send in the tanks. The milk tanks. And milk that city. Walls are down. Himiko might take it. An allied victory, you might say. I'm happy for her to take it. That's okay. I was about to fight this guy. Sorry. No. He gave me open borders, so we'll let him live for now. Speaking of those open borders, let's track back up this way. Need to get this up as well, at least to the average, so that I'm not losing happiness all over the place. Oh! Tubman's not mucking around. The American cannons take aim. But they didn't see this coming. Horses. Loads of horses. Pew pew! I was just about to try and buy a unit in his city. It could be a cool thing to do as well, actually. There's that merchant I was after. You can go over there. That other guy's going to travel 14 turns and then arrive and not be able to start a trade route. And we're all going to laugh at him in chat. Because he's a dumb merchant. Who traveled 1,000,000 years and got nothing for it. I think there will be an additional age in the future. New buildings in the modern age are listed as ageless. Why have ageless buildings? I suppose. I guess you could argue that ageless always ought to be ageless. But, yeah, no. That is a good point. But also, consistency is probably the counter-argument to that. Because ageless buildings often all work in a similar way. They're either unique to your civ/suzerain, or they are warehouse buildings. Generally. You can establish and retain trade routes with civilizations you are at war with. Go Prussia. Reduces happiness when you're at peace. I don't know. I can't think of one immediately. Fire! Fire everything! I don't think this commander even needs to unpack. He's just going to keep his dudes. We're just going to use the 2 tanks to blast our way through. And actually, I think wipe Ashoka out of the game. Unless there's something I'm missing. Himiko must have just been wailing away at the poor guy over the ages. A lot of juicy city in here too, isn't there? My ally, of course, Confucius. Looking Confucius. Actually, he's looking stoked. Bum, bum, bum. Ah. Blank. This unfortified city is very weak. We should be able to march through it, maybe up to Aksum and then end there, I reckon. Let's get flight so that we can finally use these planes I've been talking about. And trader's gonna trade. This guy could probably run in and try and get some promotions, I guess. Doesn't hurt to have commanders next to commanders. Burn it to the ground. That'll teach her for jumping in. And it's not too late to explore. The year is 1787, of course. Let's see if we can find some artifacts. Or just something. Challenge complete. Play 900 turns. I wonder how many I've actually played. Stupid sources. Okay. More settlers, perhaps. I have huge settlement capacity. And there's all this empty land. Let's go and get something out this way. And you can go and raid Jose, who absolutely hates me, but is stuck giving me open borders, which is quite funny, in a way. Goodbye, Beiping. And now the burning wheel passes over him. Gone. Is he gonna walk off? I thought they walked off. He's just gonna look there sad. He's gonna stand there looking sad. Keep it. Thank you. Sorry, Himiko. You snooze, you lose. Thanks for inviting me to your war. Ah. Hey, wait a minute. We're really close to this. We can show her a little bit of pain too. Tubman. Hate bordering on me. They should. They should. Oh. This guy's kind of blocking me here. Get out of my way. Wait, no, I shouldn't shoot him. He's been kind to me. Pew, pew, pew. Come on, cannon. You can do it. Boom. Time for a commander promotion. I'm going to do the normal assault line, I think. Oh, time for more than one commander. Oh, man. We'll try a different commendation point. We'll try give him one of the extra abilities. Restore 2 movement and 1 attack to a unit with no remaining movement or attacks. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And this is looking like a cool fight, actually. The fight for New York. New York, New York. Bukarans are loving me. And feeling a little overwhelmed with the number of buildings that are needed here. Not gonna lie. We went from having none to having 1 million. To build, that is, not having been built. What's the most important thing after everything else? after the main factory railroad port, I think, production, just given how many buildings there are. And happiness seems to be okay. Also, we're going to start to get the air bases online and the not quite unlocked naval commanders. This is where things heat up. Boom. Sacrifice those poor horses. It's worth it. Get rid of that guy. Just a fortified commander, one more gunner. New York probably takes that out, but that's okay. Meanwhile, we're going to settle probably on this coal cluster. Coal and gold? Or maybe oil for the naval units. Light naval unit. That'll do. There's also that down there by the looks. Neat. Establish trade route. So now that the merchant has arrived, this is the only other thing we need to do. Click that button. Trade route done. Didn't really seem to do a lot for me because this city is trash. Oh well. Let's get the sea land ship back on land. Vroom, as it romps up onto that huge tile. And I am going to, I think, just go and get probably another coffee. Or is it too... Oh god, it's lunchtime already. I'm going to go and get a drink. A little bit of water, maybe. And I'll see you in a moment. I'll put you onto the be right back screen. Because I'll probably be, I'd guess about, I don't know, 5 minutes. So I'll see you in 5. Don't go away. Wink, wink. Ah, that's some good water. In my water bottle. Alright. Let's get back to it. Thank you for sticking around. Appreciated. I know it's kind of boring. Except for that great screen, obviously. But the gameplay is really what you're here for. So, let's carry on with Civilization 7. I've also started a new poll. The more I hear your thoughts on a future age, the more you actually convince me, I'm not gonna lie. I'm interested to see how we feel collectively. I probably should have ran this poll at the start, actually, when we had more viewers. Or yesterday, when we really had more. But, nonetheless, let me know. I reckon we'll get a few hundred votes. And by the looks of it, most people think that, yeah, no, there's gonna be another age. 80% of people saying, oh yeah, there is going to be a future age. I didn't specify DLC, but we're assuming it will be. Get out of there, Harriet Horseman. Or do you want to just go out in a glory? Glory! Glory? Oh. Yeah, maybe not. 80%. Another trade route, more resources, very good to see. Do any of these cities need happiness? Yeah, that one does. 6 happiness with horses, now it's in the green. 4 happiness, there you go, you're away and laughing. Who else is here looking for a city resource? You can have some culture. And you could have some culture. A second wind for the bombard. So there's that ability. I use the ability. Now the bombard can move and or fire again. Which is great, because for a big slow unit like that, I can get it in place. We can hit New York next turn. You can heal in that territory. And the land ships cometh. Can probably get a dreadnought as well. Slowly revealing Trung Truck's land. That looks like a nice little city. Pretty cool. Free LC. I see what you did there. Something Chan, I think. My hiragana and katakana are a little bit sloppy, and I don't know the kanji. I can't remember it. 500 culture, 500 science, or 1,000 gold. 500 science is less than a turn. 500 culture is more than a turn. 1,000 gold is also more than a turn. I'll take the culture. Is it time for armor? Get tanks. Flight for extra range. Production. That's flight 2, of course. I think I'll go... Oh, actually, we're kind of weak up that top line. What are we missing up there? Oh, electricity. Let's give the people what they want. It's electricity. Also, probably time to go a little bit commie. Let's grab that for the science, seeing as science is just what we're absolutely surging in at the minute. And it can't hurt to have the technologies down. So much so, production can't keep up across the board. Stupid. Alright. Commando. Commando's just hiding down there. Ah, very good. Sacrificial horse. Hey! Oh, what a legend. You did it. I'll keep New York. It's going to become a great city one day. Truly a great city. It's the kanji for repeats the same kanji. Oh. Brother. Alright. How is it said, though? Oh, I see. Ni. Ni. Right, cool. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shall we keep this gravy train moving? My units are looking pretty weak. We might be able to help them out a bit by supporting that war, at least get it even. And Ashoka's gone, so that conflict is actually just over. That was his defeat screen. He just sort of stands there looking sad. More or less compared to playing 5 or 6 during their releases. I'm certainly enjoying it a lot more than Civilization 6's release. I remember being interested in it and playing it, but also being pretty disappointed by it. This time around, I don't really feel that. I like it. I do. And I love Civ 5, it is my favorite. But I'll probably be playing this, not Civ 5. You know? Oh, Himiko carrying out a devastating naval attack against Tubman. Your relationship with other leaders will increase if they follow your ideology, and decrease if they don't. I think it does have a lot of Civilization 6 feeling, thankfully with some of the stuff that I didn't really like from that game toward the end of its life, especially removed, like loyalty. Some of the other stuff we've already gas-bagged about. I think they've improved the adjacency system as well over 6. And combat. And the civs have more depth. Did I miss anything, anybody? Maybe. Alright, the aerodromes are now ready. These are the modern, I think, whole tile constructions used to house anything that flies. So let's get one of those online right next to the city in a massive show of force. How do you get the commendation points? I don't think I answered that. Commendation points you get from completing one line in a commander's tree. Every time you complete a line of promotions. So here, as I complete this assault line, get to the bottom of the tree, I get a commendation point. And obviously you can get 5 because there are 5 trees, but you can take whichever one you want. +1 movement, 1 command radius, those are just generically good. Then you've got strength. The direct damage ability, this allows the commander to attack themselves like a unit would. Not attack themselves, it allows the commander to attack other units like a normal military unit would. And then Valor for that second win. Let's give this commander duty. So this commander now has, where are you? Heroic Assault. Directly attack a unit that shares the domain type. So you can't attack a boat or a plane with an army commander. But anything on the ground is fair game, is what that means. No more, no more sticks hitting boats for those guys anyway. Any factories at all? None at all. Combat strength for units in enemy territories is still technically quite useful here. Free speech. The wording on this one kind of doesn't make sense to me. Plus 100% food and happiness towards maintaining specialists. Towards maintaining. So I take this to mean half the food and happiness. Like, specialists cost half. Which makes it very good. Or the +2 culture, but increased maintenance. See, like, why is it why is it not decreased? Why is it increased toward... I guess there could be a mathematical technicality, maybe, that I'm too dumb to understand. Either way, let's just pump stuff into specialists so that they become supreme. I want you to get in here and heal, really. You're reasonably well healed, and then we'll just shuffle everybody north as the war continues. Oh, Tubman is stuck down here. Oh, I was getting the blues confused. I see. That's even funnier. Am I doing economic or military? I don't know. I'm doing economic or science, I think. But I haven't... sorry, military or science. But I haven't quite considered which one it'll actually be yet. I'm going to see which one I get closest to and play it a bit by ear. Because you can absolutely do that. I don't think you need to necessarily just focus one. I think you can focus, honestly, almost all of them. But definitely two. Sorry. Go out of this. Huh. The settler can't get the discovery that's underneath them. So either the discovery is glitched, or that's a thing. Weird. Yeah, well, there is a ruin there. I guess I need the explorer. Let's go explore it. Let's go dig it up for treasure. Not that I'm trying for that victory, but we may as well do just a little bit of it, seeing as we've got an explorer there. Oh. These modern units against undefended settlements in the modern age. There's no contest, eh? Look at that. Just wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Oh my goodness. VB! I sound like an underwater robot. I better not. Hopefully we're not tanking under the pressure of Van Bradley's raid over on Twitch. YouTube, you can't see it, but Twitch has just surged by 95 extra viewers. Almost rivaling YouTube. Gee, we don't see that very often. Thank you, Van Bradley, for the raid. Welcome, all 95 of you. And thanks also for the kind wishes. How are you finding Civ 7 Mania? Have you had many questions? A wild time. A wild time to be alive, huh? Oh, it's just a you problem? Thank goodness for that, Cad. I mean, sorry for you, but thank goodness. We've got a peace deal here, but I think we reject this. Having a blast. Great core gameplay experience. For you so far. I tend to agree. We've been talking about it a lot on stream. I feel this is probably the best version of Civ to launch as well, right? Like if you cast your mind back to Civ 6 launch day, cast your mind back even further, Civ 5, maybe there's some classicists out there who can also remember 4, right? I feel like this is the best that they've done, and I also generally like a lot of the changes. Having a blast with the commanders. We're just about to get into the airplanes, which might actually be my favorite. They are so cool, right? They're so cool. Whew! So, let's do it then. I think we'll just go and have a look at Aksum. We don't have a lot in the way of military. We've just got a very slow, lumbering mortar, which we've now upgraded to an equally pretty cool looking, let's do a wee pan on that bad boy, an equally pretty cool looking howitzer. Very cool. Shall we buy something in New York as well? I know we can't, it's still raging at me. This land ship can come out and heal though, so I can get a bit of a... Oh no, it can't. Back in you get, you garage. You know we have a tank at home version of the tank. We need to keep something in there just so that that boat doesn't sail in. and steal it. Here's Munchin, which is a great addition to the Empire. Munich. And I believe we have a little cultural explorer about to go and do that. Let's check in. We're somehow already a quarter of the way through this modern age. I think I'll go this militarist one to get nukes, because nukes are cool. And probably ignore economy and culture, and also go for the science, because our science is surging like there is no tomorrow. Civ 1 was Civ 1 was in a game bundle with the first disk drive you got for your computer, Dean. How good! I remember my first exposure to Age of Empires was with a free CD-ROM that came on the front of, oh, I don't even know. I want to say maybe either an adult, not an adult's magazine, either a kid's magazine or an adult's PC magazine, like PC Gamer or something. Oh dear. Okay. Send in the garage tank. Let's take that. Let's also run over some horses with that one. Ooh, not so much actually. I forgot to bring the commander along, but he's gonna run along. We're gonna pretend like we didn't forget. And fire at this boat with his back turned as well. Oof. Keep it, because for the first time in about, what must be collectively, I'd say about 12 hours worth of streaming this game, we actually did it. You still play AoE2 with the disk drive? That is great. Tropico 1 demo in a cereal box. It could have actually also been a cereal box, to be fair. Maybe it came on the front of some Special K or something. Other cereals are available. Probably Cocoa Pops, knowing us. Or some sugary one. Been a long time addiction. Indeed it has. Democracy lies at the heart of any true socialism. Have 125 population across all settlements. And that's instantly completed. That happened to me last time I got this event as well. I feel it could be a little bit easy. Scientific attribute point. We've completed that tree. So we could get the 5% boost or ignore it. 2,000 gold is around 2.5 turns worth. Or a point down the ideological path. I'll take that. That's kind of like saying conquering a settlement where ideology doesn't matter, right? 1 point before you have an ideology, 2 points with it, 3 points against an enemy. So now that I have an ideology, I'll get 2 points per settlement. Whereas prior it was only 1. So I shouldn't found any more of my own. If I want to keep the nukes open, which we do, of course, because we kind of want to maybe be able to see them, then I'm going to need to do that. What else could help me with that? I maybe want to do a little bit of mastery, because I think that these are very good. I quite like the look of that gold on gold buildings and science on science buildings, so I'll briefly spend 2 turns to master electricity. I am the master! Al really hits the nail on the head. Not at all addicted. Could quit whenever he likes. But I'll just have just 1 more turn. Okay? I'm not ending the stream here. Just 1 more turn. Oh, the tile. What a tile. Just surrounded by water adjacencies. You love to see it. Thanks again for the raid, BB. Very kind of you. Super kind. We're back up above 300 viewers across both platforms. Great to see. What do I want to do with this, though? Specialist maintenance? Specialist limit? I don't think I've ran into that yet, but just in case we do. And I'll buy that. Even though I said I wasn't going to buy that, I'm going to buy that. Surge our science up a little bit more. Towns gain science equal to your scientific attribute. I have a lot of scientific attribute. Let's do that. I don't think I need a strategic airbase here, so we're going to focus on railways, ports, factories. That's... I'm so sorry I keep clicking that resource prompt. It shouldn't be a prompt, but it'll be frustrating. Let's make a factory town for no reason. Because really I have a lot of money, but... Tana, I mean, these upgrades are pretty expensive. 2,000. It's going to take me a few turns to get there. Kim. We're carrying on from yesterday. If you're just tuning in, our journey has been old Ibn Battuta doing his thing throughout all 3 ages. We started as the Persians. Pretty fun. Pretty fun. I wonder if I can show you as well, actually. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I could have sworn there was a way, but I don't know where it is, and I don't want to spend all time looking for it. No? Okay. Either way, we played as the Mongols in the Second Age, and we're fairly aggressive. Managed to capture, really, as you can see down on the mini-map, that has thankfully been updated, a lot of this territory down the bottom. Really all of this, and up here. We've got this whole continent, except for just a couple of cities up this way now. And now we arrive in the modern age, of course. The final age. Although, according to the poll on YouTube, 80% of viewers believe that Firaxis will add another age to the game. A 4th age. And in this age we're playing as Prussia, which is really cool. Prussia gets combat strength from having people dislike them. So I should probably try and get Trung Truck to dislike me. Let's denounce her. Tropico demo came with your disc for Railroad Tycoon 2. I see what they did there. That's good. They're good. The age of Cold War. Yeah, that kind of... That sort of now, 20-ish years ago, maybe through into the future, another 20 years. If they're gonna do it, which I don't love the idea of, I like the idea of expanding the modern age, I don't super love the idea of a future age, but if they're gonna do it, I hope they do it really well. I want it to be a full-on age, like it has to be, right? I want giant death robots as well, probably. And maybe a few silly things like that. Okay, that tank will just wait there, just so that boat doesn't do anything annoying. This guy should really deploy this army. Send the land ship in for another go. Oh no, it's a Suez Canal incident all over again. This explorer's got his big boat stuck in this very narrow canal. Every time. Oh no, he's fine. Spies, internet, space race. Yeah, I mean, I could see them probably just doing the spy stuff through this existing system. Sanctions and espionage. Like, you probably just change the words here and have it do different things. But the rest of it... I mean, the space race is kind of already a victory condition too. Though you could turn it into a race to Mars very easily. Come on, dig boy, dig. Okay, 5 turns. I can wait. I'm patient, really. I just don't sound it. Super Specialist 5000 is going to jump down over here for the extra gold. And extra coal out of this new Munchin City. Sorry. It's not even funny. Port. It could have been devastating if that ship was stuck there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and it would be all you'd hear about as well. Every night. Every day. On your news. And a cruise ship. No, not a cruise ship. Cargo ship. Just constantly hearing about it being stuck. Okay. New York. Damn. Really going after New York, aren't ya? She's not mucking around over here. This merchant's finally showed up as well. Now, hey, anyone want to trade? We can trade with people we're at war at as the Prussians, so we can actually trade with Aksum. Turns out, not a wasted journey after all. I just need more units. I've not got the cash. Nah, we're gonna have to wait till next turn. This howitzer could lob a bomb over at something. Ooh. Not really what it's designed for, but I'll take what I can get. This reinforce is probably going to take literally the rest of the game. But try reinforce a field gun. 17 turns. Okay. Maybe another time. Upgrade that horse into a rinky-dink tank. I think so. Why not all of them? Take out the risk from that boat, and you've got yourself a little army of land ships. Very cool. Very cool. Wait, I'm hearing in the Twitch chat from Steel Airship that thing happened. That Panama lame joke that I made. Suez Canal joke, rather. There's a whole load of new jokes about Panama, you know, but happened in 2021. No way. People probably don't even get that reference. I feel like it happened last year. Oh, year before at worst. Year before at worst. They are very steampunky, aren't they? Oh. Pause that thought. A disgusting river has flooded. It has to be lies. Yeah, I agree, Puggy. Is that a lie? Did you come in here on your raid and lie to all of us? Oh, that is crazy to hear. Nearly 4 years ago, confirmed in Twitch chat. Al, jeez. Oh my goodness. Civilization 7 was just a twinkle in its father's eye. Sid Meier. Ooh, it's weird if you say a name. I was gonna say in Sid Meier's eye, but I decided that would take the joke to a weird level. I don't want you to picture that. If you've got a mind's eye, you might be able to picture that. What do I want as my suzerain bonus? Stupid amount of money. I don't care about the range. Plus 10% science and 10% gold in the capital is also pretty good. Plus 1 on buildings is good. I don't really care about that improvement because I don't have space for it. I'm kind of looking at those. And I'm thinking, let's get rare earth metals. Look, they are in the game. They're in the game already! They're just rare. Forget about it. Age 4 is cancelled. Rare earth metals are already, in fact, in the game. I think we go production for the project. Blacksmith must be old, so let's get it out of there. Did it get stuck twice? I don't remember. Sort of tried to back out a bit and got even more stuck. Alright, land ships. Time to set sail. Where's that commander? 3 turns. I feel it hasn't been that long. It must be the old one. Whoa. Oh, the tracks are a cool touch. Chuck those land ships can actually become ships. A land ship and a ship. This UI could probably use a bit of work too, just to make it a little bit more intuitive. Like this, wildcard points minus, it looks like a minus. So when you have 1 there, it kind of looks like -1 for starters. Secondly, this maybe could have like a circle around it with like lines or something to show you that it's not your current level, but rather how many you have to spend. Little things. Speaking of little things, should we ruin Van Bradley's viewers' Hey guys, look. That doesn't connect. Are you mad? Are you mad? I'm sorry. Look, it's not connected. You're like, the bitrate's too bad, I can't even tell. Yeah, no. Whew. Tough times. I shouldn't have done that. It's mean. It's like, I can remember as a kid, you know, it always fascinated me for whatever reason that when someone talked about breathing, oh man, all of a sudden breathing's this laborious task that I have to think about. Right? But you forget. And you'll forget about the tech tree too, don't worry. Trade route with Aksum. I'll take your resources and then I'll take your resources, if you know what I'm saying. Jimbo. Turns out it was stuck for 6 days. Huh. It did feel like weeks. Just because we heard about it so much. You see it now? I'm sorry. Steel airship, I'm sorry. But I'm not sorry. Ooh, there's a lot of red stuff over here. Enemies taking control of a district in New York. Tubman's doing dangerous stuff. Army commander that your field gun was reinforcing has been... Oh dear. Tubman! Oh. Oh man. I feel like I just, found a whole load of ships. Oh. I forgot I had every single one of these for a good few turns there. I don't have a great mixture of naval units, of course, because this game introduces the kind of, you know, that heavy versus light naval unit distinction. I don't have any. just all ships of the line being upgraded there. We want our giant death robots. They have to introduce a new age for giant death robots, yeah. What difficulty is it? This is a fairly low difficulty. Where I was going to say, the settings are in the description. But Twitch doesn't let you add a description. I don't believe. I think it's called Viceroy in this game. 1 or 2 above normal. 1 above normal, rather. Next time, I think we'll crank that up a bit. But I also like to have it at a kind of relatable level so that it's obvious how hard or not difficult the game is. But over time, as the game releases, that will become less important because you'll be able to play it for yourself and figure it out. Speaking of figuring it out, she's figured out that if she blocks my land ship from getting back up onto land, ship with a P, there's nothing I'll be able to do. No! Boom. I love that. I love how that repeats. A nice little thing and a great touch. You really want to know AI stories if you're playing on the same difficulty? What do you mean? We'll probably get up onto land and kill that. Yes, we can. Good stuff. Commander slowly arriving as well. We'll try and sweep up through all of these, because this will get me to Nukes, and then we'll be able to see Nukes. Jeez, they do a lot to a city without walls, don't they? It feels good. I had 2 different stories about the AI that would give very different impressions. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know if they're not necessarily very interesting or specific anecdotes, but there are 2 different stories that you could tell. One of them, I have the AI running away, finding good little spots to heal, where I literally can't see them at one little gap in my vision range. And I think, oh, that's impressive. But then, you know, Russia declares this completely unjustified war that they can't win. And I think, well, that's really unimpressive. Call it the Beyond Earth expansion. I feel like they might want to stay away from that labeling. Maybe they call it... Oh, maybe though. Maybe it works, yeah. Sure. +3 science from specialists, -3 golden towns. Hugely good. Communist one. Very powerful. Is there anything here that's bad? Not really. Not really. Maybe the 3 gold in town I can get rid of, seeing as I'm making 777 gold per turn. It's probably fine. Yeah. Training infantry I don't intend to do. I tend to buy them. I mean, that is potentially quite useful as I'm fighting. Or food from specialists, and we just grow like there's no tomorrow. I think I'll go for the combat strength, actually. The old Persian buff. Age 4 death robots. It's what we want. Give us it now. Oh, man. It is kind of like, I would happily take it. I would happily take it. Don't get me wrong. When I'm critical of it, it's not because I don't want all of that stuff. I absolutely do, and I'm sure it will be very exciting to play. What does a man even do with all this navy? I guess he goes and takes that. Ships of the line left over, but I think there's a commander who's sailing with almost nothing. Where is this unit? That guy. And we'll leave maybe 1 here just as like a emergency. Just in case, you never know what might happen in a game of Civ. Pummel that thing with every weak land ship you've got. Baltimore is ours. Very good. Another one down. Another one bites the dust. The cool thing about commanders while they have units in them is that, of course, you can stack them with a unit that's already there because the commanders work like civilian units in that they don't collide with military, or they can stack with military. Oh, you AFK with Bradley and now you're here? Oh, well, welcome. Yeah, much appreciated the raid. It's good to have you here. We're at a pretty exciting point in the game, of course, as we move through the modern age. And hopefully get towards a kind of nuclear, spacey sort of victory. Oh, I see a reply in the Twitch chat there too. What are you replying to? The only thing I dislike is the UI not being able to tell which building is which. Yeah, 100%. I didn't realize Potato Whiskey talked about that as well, but it makes sense. I'd just like it to be easier to know where to overbuild. That's the thing for me. I want the UI to make it clearer when I am looking at that city view, thinking about where to expand. I want it to be really clear to me which buildings are old and therefore not really that efficient. Just highlight them or grey them out or something. It doesn't need to be anything too flash. I'm just gonna kill this explorer. Look, we're not doing culture, okay? This is pretty interesting, isn't it? Himiko has surrounded Beiping. My ally has surrounded the city that we took together. Huh. Age 4 is when you buy the game, Andrew. Interesting. I'm surprised people are so positive. And Firaxis just tweeted that they're pushing out a hotfix. I'll try and make a video later today and tomorrow, rounding up all of the big stuff. Bit of the turbulence from launch, but also the good news that's coming with these seemingly very quick updates. Nice to see even little things like the minimap being updated in this launch version, because that was not very good before and is now effective. H4 is XCOM. I want production for projects or science. I'm now at 1,000 science. I probably don't need any more. See, so here, I want to know what's old. Show me. Grey them out. Grey out these little circles. I know that the guild hall is old because it looks old. Is that an observatory? Yes, it is. So that tile has 2 old buildings. I want the game to be like, these buildings are bad, get rid of these! Rather than sleeping on it. Because what I can see is a new player particular, or a player who's not quite as familiar with the system, will think, oh, well, that's already got buildings, so I need to now build another urban tile. And you'll end up all urban by the end of the game, with a whole load of old buildings that aren't doing all that much for you, but are costing you a lot of happiness and gold in maintenance. That's a problem. Like, not to scare you, but that's a problem. I think early access is worth it. I mean, it's a FOMO tax, as it was described earlier in stream. Depends on your level of FOMO, I guess. Literally, can you wait 5 days or not? And that's unfortunately not really a question I can answer for you. Fire! How far is this into the game? We are in the 3rd and final age. 28% of the way through the progress, though this picks up, so we're probably a bit further than 28% actually in terms of time-wise, I should say. And the total playtime is about 15 hours. For Axis, were in the chat yesterday. They said a game should take about 12 to 15. Mine's been a bit slower, a couple of breaks, probably talking far too much. Making dumb jokes about the Panama Canal when I should be focused on yields and cities. Come on, focus in, you moron. I get it, I do. Circle colors should let you know if it's empty, ageless, current, or old. Yeah, Dean, something simple like that, eh? Really simple. The theory is that the 4th age will be dynamic like millennia. Oh, interesting. That opens up another can of worms, doesn't it? I had a theory yesterday that it might be more of a tack-on or add-on to the modern age, rather than a fully fledged, another sort of, you know, up to 5-hour experience. Wondering if you could make another age with such a relatively short period of both historical time, granted, a period of great progress, I admit, but a pretty small period of historical time. Unless they go wildly into the future, I could also see it being added on to the modern age somehow. I like your idea though. Maybe rather than it being added on to the modern age, it works as its own age, as we've discussed, and seems to be the dominant theory, but also it's flexible in of itself. There's some way for it to reshape itself, to maybe go down a dystopian sci-fi path, or more of a, you know, like you say, like Millennia does, more of an optimistic alien future peace and harmony approach. Or maybe it'll just be generic. You just, instead of building your spaceship to be the first into space, you want to be the first into Mars, or to Mars, right? That could work too. Holy fleet. I wish I didn't bring this commander over here now. I didn't actually look. That one can upgrade, but that one can't. Huh, movement, I guess. Okay, let's bring the other fleet. We're bringing the backup fleet. I didn't expect to actually run into some resistance here at the capital city, Washington, D.C. Bose enters the chat. Hey, good to see ya. Thanks for the 100k congrats. And that story video, yeah, what a journey. Like, hey, we want you to make a video. I was like, okay. Thinking it would be a tutorial. You know, whip the tutorial guy into line, get him to make a tutorial. But no, it was something a bit different. A narration, kind of a story, more of a storytelling video. I sort of think of it as a hyper-condensed Let's Play. You know, 15 hours and 15 minutes kind of thing. Which, maybe I'll try again in future, I don't know. Usually not my thing. Either way, great to see you. Jumbo, first time on the channel, big fan of the franchise. Civilization 6 was meh, is Civ 7 worth a buy? My rule is generally I don't like to tell people how to spend their money. But I don't intend to go back and play Civ 6. I also didn't like Civ 6 at launch. This is the Civ game for me, moving forward, 100%. It's a good game, and I think it's the best Civ launch, despite its issues. Maybe ever. Sounds a bit hyperbolic, but maybe ever, yeah. Now that I've got 100k subs, Bose, do I get a cool little thing around my channel with the tick like you have? It really makes it stand out in chat. It stands out like a member or like a @JumboPixel message. Neat. Very neat. Yes, I will. Yes! It's the little things that make a big difference. Very good. Okay, how are we doing progress-wise? Yeah, okay, about halfway. Science won't have any, but that will come very quickly. Because if we take a look at the tech tree, I've kind of done everything but it. Right? So we're going to go to aerodynamics. And then once we have rocketry, we have everything we need. It's then a question of how quickly can the cities actually build it. Hence, let's get the ironworks online and bowl over some crappy old market or something. Yeah. Adjacencies don't matter terribly. Oh, I mean, there's a free spot there. I should fill the free spots first. In your dashboard, I'll get a notification, but it takes weeks. Of course it takes weeks. Yep. I've not even mentioned the button. The button is very exciting to me. Probably the most exciting thing. Even though YouTube cheaped out, I believe, in August of last year and downgraded the silver play buttons by quite a bit, as I understand it. I'm still very excited for it. You can't break me. YouTube, you can't break me. So I'm guessing all of that cool stuff will happen around the same time. Oh. Oh, yep. No, there we go. We're good. We're good. All these boats squeezing through this Panama Canal situation again. A hollow aluminum button. Or aluminium. No, I've fallen into the Americanism by default now. Oh my goodness. Too much time on the internet. These guys are going to actually really struggle because they're all far too weak. But now they can be upgraded into not, Mum, can we have a tank? We have tanks at home. The tank at home. Land ship. But instead a proper full-on tank, ignore the fire. Might actually run these dudes back here. I'm feeling very overzealous. We'll just heal up a bit at Baltimore. Let her come to us. And also maybe sink this boat. You sunk my battleship. What a thing. Oh. Amazing. You must leave? No, absolutely. Editing obligations. I feel your pain, and it's a very busy time. Thanks for stopping by, Bose. And thank you as well, Ellie, for the 100k congrats. It means a lot. It does. Retaliatory fire's pretty heavy there, but these ships can kind of just be screen ships for the main fleet about to rain down hellfire on the enemy. The game looks visually very good. It does indeed. What's my favorite thing? My favourite change. I don't actually know. I haven't ranked them in my head yet. I really do love the commanders and the units, but... And I like what they've done here, but this would never be my favourite change. Changing of civs. The legacy points through the ages? I don't know. I don't know. Use the enter key. Sorry. 20 food to surge growth. Bit of science. Maybe use just a little bit more of it, actually. I think the military victory's going just slightly too fast. Famous last words. New Orleans. Oh. Okay. The capture of Washington, D.C. is going to be huge as well. Let's just trade that for that. It's a crappy old ship. I don't want to spend money upgrading it. How does one win a military victory? No, nothing to do with the capitals, actually. You just need to push your... You need to capture a certain amount of settlements, and you get more points, or need to capture fewer settlements, when ideology comes into play. More points if you have an ideology, and even more if they don't, if they have an opposite one to you. This will stack up to here, unlocking, as you can see, the Manhattan Project. Once that's done, I'll get nuclear weapons, and then be able to work towards Operation Ivy, which is basically just another project. So the military victory, long story short, does not require the capturing of capitals, but it does require settlements to be captured. And once you do it, you then need to complete 2 different projects, the first of which will give you nuclear weapons. I hope that made sense. It felt like a bit of a word salad. So sorry if it was. Everybody's sitting there scratching their heads like, oh no, well you do get to use the nukes. They are an actual unit. It'll be deployed at an airbase or whatever, and you can build more as well. The difficulty is having the time to build more, which is another good argument for that there's actually more to be added on to the end of this game, or there could be more on the end of this game. Because the trouble with them is you don't have a lot of time. So you get them once you unlock the Manhattan Project, which you'll see hopefully soon. And then you get 1 for free, the rest of them you have to build. They act, interestingly, as projects, not as units as well. But they operate the same way as nukes used to. Chuck them on an aircraft carrier, chuck them in an airbase though, and dump him on whoever you're fighting. Yeah, everybody loves the nukes, right? And the big downside to them is not that they're missing, it's not that they're not on the tech tree, it's just that they're a little bit late in the military victory process. This is true, at least in my kind of limited experience so far. Some of these masteries are very powerful. 1 turn for an extra culture on all my culture buildings and happiness on my happiness ones. Like, that's very good. I feel that's very, very good. Production on production buildings is going to be useful too. I might quickly grab that. We're not so worried probably about culture. There could be stuff in that tree that I need, but not super worried. So I think then we'll keep focusing in on actually getting planes. And big ones at that. Speaking of which, wonder what's the easiest way to do this. Maybe Parsa buys itself an aerodrome and then buys itself... Oh, these assault guns look so cool. Might be my favorite unit. But I'm gonna buy... I think this is our unique plane. Yes, it is. It's a Prussian ground attack air unit. Which is, of course, my favorite type of unit. Probably the bombers. But here it is. +3 combat strength against land units. So I'm going to buy those. And we're going to try out our unique Prussian planes in this brand new airbase. And you can actually see it there on the tile. Which is wicked awesome. Or is that just a plane? No, that is actually it. Because the bombers, the big bombers look huge. Or the tri-wing planes, the bi-wing planes rather, look huge. They also fly in when you buy them, but I think I had the UI over it, so I missed it. Oh, I love these. These are great. And so I should be able to strike, I can't quite see that, but this should have the range to hit DC. If it doesn't, I'll do the same up here. What do I rate the game, 1 to 10? I haven't given it a rating. I also tend to stay away from that. And I kind of like to rate things out of 7, not 10, as well. Because with 10, 10 is too predictable. It's also even. I prefer to force people slightly one way or the other. 5 out of 10 is such a cop-out, you know what I mean? 5 out of 10. And then everybody will just give a 7 out of 10 if you ask them to give an out of 10. I was tempted to give you one right now. But then I think maybe an 8 is better. That's my thoughts on it. Let's make a bit of room. Make sure everybody's sort of, you know, ready to go. Fighting fit for the next push. I think we want a bit more of a naval push here too. Maybe we sweep by DC and up there because, or nah, probably to Aksum actually. 7 out of 10 is the real 5 out of 10. This is the trouble. Paratroopers, another thing that's missing. Which is a shame because the rest of the air stuff is really cool. Through the next turn, we deploy, wham, bam, the surprise navy comes out of nowhere. Tubman's not seen it coming. She's hurt the commander a little bit. Those units were barely injured though. She's like, please, let's sue for peace, as she holds up her gun and kind of grimaces. I reject. You started this, I'll finish it. Give me a slight boost in combat strength and slightly tear down her happiness reserve. Surprise. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, it's so cool. You feel like a beta tester. Goodness. Some people's experience is very wildly from one another's. But yeah, the no helicopters in the modern age kind of sucks. Because again, the Air Force stuff is so cool. But there's just none. Unless a Civ has a unique one, I don't think they do. But unless they do, there are none. And they would look awesome because the helicopters in Humankind looked awesome. And the same sort of joy that I got from sending my units around the map in the modern age of Humankind is the same joy, or a very similar joy, that I get from playing with the air system in this game too. We got there, kiln and a dungeon. That's all old. Let's get rid of it and put an airbase instead. The capital needs an airbase after all. And we'll produce one of our Stukas. They've more or less confirmed that there's a Cold War information era stuff coming, says Lots. It's just a matter of time. Just a matter of what, rather. Could someone tell me how they've confirmed that? Because I've seen people like you say that in the chat, but I don't actually know what the evidence is. Other than that mention of modern age things say ageless. And why would they say ageless unless there was a future age that somebody brought up earlier? In the devs, must have been the latest dev stream, because I think I've seen all of the others, and nothing really stuck out to me as a blatant hint. If there was anything, I feel it would have required a lot of reading between the lines. But I haven't seen that very last one, which is probably, I'm guessing, the one that, when you say dev streams, I think you're probably talking about that one. In particular. But I don't want to put words in your mouth. So I won't. Don't think helicopters fit in the World Wars aesthetic. That is true. Though, of course, we do... okay. Okay. Yeah. I was going to say, well, we see thermonuclear weapons, and we had helicopters in the 60s, but... Yeah, I see ya. I see ya. And they're right at the end of the game, the thermonuke, the Operation Ivy. You don't actually get to use it, so your point's actually very well taken. Helicopters don't belong. They're too modern for the modern age. Ugh. Maybe there was a better word for that if they are going to release a new age. Because it's not... they might have to rename it to... What, the wars? The World Wars? Oh, but then it starts in like the 1700s. Maybe industrialization... I don't know. Something that captures industrialization and world wars, maybe. That isn't modern. Not that the next one should be called modern, but just... You know, is it really modern if helicopters are too modern for it? I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Colonizing Mars. Yeah, I could see them expanding on the space victory. Oh, you mean actually, like, on Mars? Beyond Earth 2 style mega campaign, yeah. Ah, I should have used the commander's ability. Dang it. Just the industrial age? Yeah, I suppose. Ditch the wars part, it's not needed. They just rename modern age to the age of industry, or industrial age. And then whatever the next one is can start at, like, let's say the 1960s, or the 1970s, 80s. Then again, I mean, okay, sure. 70s, let's say. And it runs through until, like, 2100, maybe? We get a little bit of future tech, the giant death robots. Maybe we need it to go to 2200. And that way there's actually enough time for it to work as well. Because I personally don't like the whole, a turn is just a month, and you have to pass like 12 turns to pass one calendar year. I find that a bit strange in the context of the rest of the game, myself. I don't like that. Okay, this tank now is fully healed, so let's go have a look and see how this city fares against one volley. Any health bars? Minus 100 on the defenses. Good. Very good. And yep, alright, well we've basically solved the ages for them this stream, haven't we? Really well done, everybody. Make it like Age of Wonders 4, where one turn equals 1 day. Don't you dare. Although if it's consistent, then I guess that's okay. Maybe it's the consistency that I don't like. This requires literally no thought. And those decisions don't actually matter. 180 for 18 science both turns, or I could give him some, or say, no, go away. I'm going to give him some. Bombers. Maybe, just in case. I'll build a couple of bombers. They're also pretty fun. What do we need? We need money, we need production, and we need science. We do not need culture. Get out of here with your culture. I don't think we have another single factory online, so that economic victory is just so slow, at least for me right now, in comparison to any other. Get a railway station there. A pretty cool, I mean, that one's in a really bad spot, but a pretty cool tile, I think. It's one of the rare whole tile buildings in the game. The airbase, of course, you will have noticed is the same. Oh, woof. Okay. We are at, what is that, 10 points. Alright, 10 more to go. That's 5 settlements. 5 settlements, because I have an ideology. Or potentially just over 3 settlements if my enemy has an ideology. Do you have an ideology? Yes. She's a fascist. Harriet Tubman, leader of the American fascist civilization. And I am spreading the good word. Ibn Battuta of the Prussians. It's almost a little eerie. Right. Almost. Let's shoot that settler with this massive gun. I love this gun. Go tanks! Haha! So yep. So yep. Go, 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 go! This view looks far better than this view for some reason. Doesn't it? That's such a better shot. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. That's cool. What a beautiful bit of land. Buffalo and Baltimore. Why does it still look the same after 1 hour? Hey, hey, I've made progress. AI is a bit stupid when it comes to warfare. I think it's probably broadly the same. So, yep. You're not wrong. Pretty hard when you're up against tanks, though, as well. Not really a lot you can do. Oh! Oh! I've just realized this navigable river goes all the way to New York City. So we can actually sail these giant ships right up that river. Huh. That's cool. Another day dawns. Get out of here with your day turns. I don't want to play a game where a turn is a day. I want to play a Civ game where a turn is a day. I'll have to stream for like 30 years. Explorer. Sorry, look, we're done. We're done here. Infantry company. Pretty cool unit. I don't know how I got it. But, I guess it can run to Aksum, and we'll see you there, buddy. How the hell does a battleship go up a river? It's a very deep river. I mean, it doesn't look... it doesn't look it here. But it's highly navigable. It's like those boats that they have sitting in the Thames sometimes, you know? It's like that. Or, the Hudson River. Maybe might be more relatable. It's like that. We've got our airboat up there, parked up there. We're doing little tours for like $70 each. Calling it a museum. So let's sail our tour boats up that stupid river and take New York. Boom. Alright, up we go. There's a bit of a squeeze. Oh, oh God, it's really tight. This was really the time to make the canal jokes. Bring him in. Bring them all in. And you can pillage from the side as you go as well. Just this rain of terror up and down the... It does look stupid, but I love it. I love that. I love the concept of navigable rivers too. Huck toward that thing, you think. Well, your words, not mine. Now make a podcast, scam coin and disappear from the internet. No. Hey, Buffalo. How do you like these wings? Would have been a great thing to say if I was carrying out an air raid on it. But I'm not. We're just marching in all of these awesome, rolling in all of these awesome tanks. Fishing boats, battleships. Yeah. It's a very storied river here as we sail up the Hudson. Literally. By the way. I think that was a pretty good analogy. Bit of a storm going on, but just ignore that. It does look great, though. Gold! Aircraft carriers. Yes, we do have aircraft carriers. Interestingly. When were they made in real life? I guess it's roughly around helicopter time. The latter half of the 20th century. The second half. Do I have them unlocked yet, though? Because they act like commanders. Do I have the air commander, even? Yes, I do. That's a pretty cool unit. I'd like to show you those. Oh, there it is. I'm stupid. World War II, the carriers would have... Oh, okay, so actually the first half. I'm wrong. Of course. Damn, they must have been pretty rinky-dink back then, hey? It must have been kind of a hairy situation. Aviation itself was fairly young. In the 20s, you reckon? Whew. I was thinking that America had used them in, or had possessed them around both Korea and Vietnam, which is why I guess the second half of the century, because that's sort of just into the second half there with Korea. But apparently we're also thinking, some people are thinking 20s or 30s. Those rinky-dink little things with their crappy planes. The first carriers were developed in the 20s, retrofitted from other ships. I'd hate to be a pilot on one of those. Goodness gracious. Better than being on a blimp though, I guess, hey? I saw a great YouTube video about early blimps that had been created and had largely failed. You guys, I think, tried to make an aircraft carrier blimp. And it kind of worked, but kind of didn't, and then you stopped. Oh yeah, I don't want to be in one of those early submarines either, you're right. Oh my word. Any of that stuff. Yeah, I don't want to be on any of that 20 stuff. You can keep your 20s aircraft carriers. You can keep your 20s submarines. You can keep the lot of it. In fact, you can probably still keep your submarines, actually. I don't know, I don't really like the idea. I would go in one, but I don't love the idea. Right, assault gun. You shall fire upon the enemy. Hello? There we go. I can't seem to fire and do the pan around thing, which is a shame. Because I wanted to get a good look at that, but something about alt. Yeah. I can't fight while I'm doing this alt thing. Look out of it and then... Oh, quickly! Oh, it's too late. Yeah, that's that submarine thing. Yikes. Bit of a yikes. Although that was a bit of a strange one, wasn't it? Kind of like a very small, privately funded millionaire mission. I'm sure the US submarines are just a little bit more sophisticated. Take me on one of yours. This is mostly cleared out. How's the New York venture going? Very well is the answer. Woo-wee! And we're going to get a commendation point for this naval commander as well. Again, it's second wind, so give a unit near you an extra attack. I'm going to do that. And we're going to do that. Oh, I can't do it in the same turn. It requires movement myself. No. What a waste. Basically dropped the planes. Yeah, they kind of did. Yeah, they sort of flew up and like hooked onto the carrier and then sort of unhooked, sort of just like there. Just kind of there. Really dicey. Submarines are just wild in general, you're right. Let's go science. What a massive science bonus it is too. Anything here that can give me that I should probably take as well. Maybe the production actually. Realpolitik, 10% production while at war. Sure. I've changed my mind. I haven't played with that one before and that seems okay. Oh my word. Should we build a... Oh, okay, so to do the space victory you have to complete these projects. The first one is the transoceanic flight. So I should probably do that. Parsa. What are you up to? Not a lot? No. Take you 9 turns to do that flight, so get to it, buddy. How healthy are those units? It's hard to tell. So I think I'll just fight with everybody again. Oh, yeah, I see. Oh, okay. Yep, they're gone. And now... Oh, no, it's... Yeah, no, it's still required. Okay. Here's our aircraft carrier. Looking pretty sweet. Watch out, little fishing boats. Not a lot of aircraft for it, but we can rebase them. So let's bring it over toward the fleet. Grab this Stuka and rebase it onto the aircraft carrier. And there it is. Very easy. And the nuke will probably appear there as well, unless it appears in one of my bases. Oh, I can't reach. I'll just have to pillage instead. Get ready. What else have we got? Aksum. To Aksum! Sorry, little settler. You're not going anywhere. As our trade ships continue to go in and out of Aksum, the army turns their... Hey, hold on. That ought to scare that horse away. One turn away from aerodynamics, exciting times. And... Oh, come on. Give me the nuke. Everything should work out just on time, and we're probably looking at maybe 20 turns. Any city that isn't really producing anything of great importance probably just wants to lift science, just in case I fall a little bit short. Or production for those projects. Archaeologists are finding things and I have zero interest actually in what they're finding. If these horses take one of these, I'll be mad. Hopefully we can finish this off in time. There's Washington, D.C. The capital captured. Yikes. Oh, a little Boston's popped up over here. Hello, Boston. But no cigar. Dang it. Daddy, no, not this game. There could be room for that in future. But no, not this game. Sosa. This is, I think it's called Viceroy. Pretty sure. Only one above standard. I know. Another ally picked up. Allows training of a partisan unit, so we can get a unique unit out of them. +5 combat strength against civilizations with a different ideology. Construction of the shore battery. Oh, that is pretty cool. A very cool improvement. But I'll go for the +1 combat strength. For each suzerain. We'll grab rocketry. And anything good in here? Trade yield, culture and cities. Oh, science on resources. Yeah, that'll do. Ah! Who can this hit with a ground attack? Oh. Okay, let's send in our unique Prussian plane. Here it goes. To ground attack this scout. Oh, it disappeared. Did you see it for that brief second? Damn it. This ship can't move in here. Oh, it can. I have to use pillage. Huh. Wouldn't let me move, but when I used pillage, it did. Dreadnought's been upgraded to a battleship. When were they around in real life? Looks pretty modern to me. I suppose they've looked that way for a long time, though. Not exactly a design change kind of product, hey? Visually. Much. I don't know what I'm talking about. Bam, bam, bam! Oh, Aksum! Okay, a little bit of a fleet. They're not upgraded, though. For our science and our technology is too good. Tanks are struggling a little bit to get in here because of these boats, but even my one can kind of clear the way. That tank's gonna oh dear. Gonna take a bit of a beating. We're stuck now. The Hudson River has ended. Here's this unit that I sent off 1,000,000 years ago, making its way over. We're gonna need you too, buddy. Tidy up that guy outside of Buffalo. Just get rid of the threat of them flipping the city for like 2 seconds. Very annoying. 1,370 science now. Starting to speed through. Though rocketry's still taking 5 turns. We can do better than that. A railway station. Resource instead of that bonus resource, because these ones are for cities only. That can go in that town. Berlin has 100 production. That city has 141. 112, 113. Okay, so it's the initial capital that is the most productive city. Whoa. Submarine, 65 strength. Very powerful. Hey, Trung Truck, give me open borders. She rejects it. Be careful what you reject. Or you just might get it. The minimap makes the square continents painfully obvious. It does, doesn't it? It makes that this is just a square that they've cut a bit out of, and this is just a square that they've cut a bit out of, and then you've got the distant lands there and there. It is sort of exactly the same as the others, but with bits carved out to turn it into islands. I don't hate that, but it seems like a real shame because the map is a very exciting part of the game. Distant lands maybe complicate it a bit, but I don't know. I feel like there's room for many more maps. Jamil, you've been here since I had a couple of thousand subscribers. Oh man. Thanks for being here for a very long journey. Can this ship reach that unit? I used this ship to blow up. Yeah, it can. Great. It's not even the upgraded one. Set an alarm for 3 PM. Sorry. I need to set my go time. I can't believe it's 1:20 in the afternoon already. This is what happens when you don't start streaming at midnight. Hey? Your day disappears on you. I think we'll have the game finished by then though. I fully intend for this game to finish. And I believe it will. Greetings from France. Hey, you! Great people are present, but they are civilization specific. They're unique civilian units for just some civs. That's why you won't see them often. Because if we'd played France in this era, you would have seen them. And you'll see them very, very briefly. I think they made it into the final cut of that video that I did in collaboration with 2K on the proper Civ channel. They're in there for like just a moment because I wanted to show them off because I think they're really cool, but they weren't really relevant to the story, so I sort of had to just shoehorn them in. Yeah, they're awesome. They're a civilian unit. There are usually, I think, 10 different options. You can build each option once, and of course, because they're Civ specific, they really go into the detail for that civilization. Like it's 10 great people specifically from the French civilization, French Empire, or whomever it may be. Assault gun. Take out the settler. Don't let them escape. Back over this way. Naval reinforcements are coming, but they're a little bit slow. Let's get that up down there for safety because the tank indeed perished. Yikes. Her not giving me open borders is... Oh. Wait, hold on. We'll sink that. Boom. What do I want to do here? How do we... Nobody can reach it. Ah! Aircraft carrier. Chuck it out. Into there. DC has fallen. I got too overzealous. That'll teach me. But I'm mad about it nonetheless. Oh! That's a pretty cool looking wonder. She's like, please, peace. If you give me Boston, Timbuktu, Aksum, Jean, that, and that, I will accept your peace deal. Okay, she's not keen on that. What is she keen on? Apparently just one city. I don't think so. Okay, Break the Sound Barrier project is available. I wish that something would pop up on the map when you do the first one, because I get distracted and potentially lose it. It will have popped up along the side here, but I don't read those. Full disclosure, I rarely actually look at those. Because they're annoying. Okay, so my super production city is this one. Currently building a museum. We'll do the next scientific project. We'll also get +1 strength to our air units by breaking the sound barrier, as well as that crucial advancement down the scientific victory. So we'll chuck that in. That'll tick away for 8 turns. I hope that the militarism will be done by the time that those 8 turns are up. Chuck just a couple of maybe research projects on. Could build a doghouse. Le Eiffel Tower, Oxford University, all reasonable picks. I'm going to do the research boost, just so that we're ready for either option. Commanders gain a free level. Okay. They might be able to get a commendation point out of that. They are not. Ooh, +5 yield for being stationed. You're not really doing much. Why don't you go back and give this settlement +5% yield? Yeah. Here's a bomber. In an airbase where there's also a... So. The airbases work like commanders, so they have their own promotion tree. Dogfighting, raids, and logistics. Oh. Yeah. But there's also an airborne commander called a squadron commander. These guys are your commanders of your air force, obviously, but they're different. This is your kind of land-based aircraft carrier, effectively. It works the same as an aircraft carrier, but on land. So I can go establish airbase, choose any old where I like, that is, as you can see, outside of where I've already got stuff. It doesn't have to be my territory, which is really nice. So let's go take off there and then establish an airbase. Glitching through those trees. That's sort of how they work. So you've got aircraft carriers in the air, you've got your squadron commanders on land, and then the buildable aerodromes. And all 3 of them are sort of commanders in different ways, shapes, and forms. Oh my goodness. Twitch just overtook YouTube. Wow. Agent number 1! Thank you so much! A raiding party of 147 people can witness these 2 bombers carry out probably the greatest carpet bomb you've ever seen against this unit. Why not? Ready? Here they come. Oh, so good. Wow. They disappeared a little bit early, but you get the idea. Welcome in! Nice to see so many first-time viewers in the chat. Thanks again, Agent number 1. Thanks for coming here. Fellow Age of Wonders 4 lover as well. Wanted to pass the love along. Hope you're enjoying Civ, mate. Thanks very much. A little bit of a rough start for Civ. But yeah, I've been enjoying it a lot. And you're right, I am an Age of Wonders 4 lover as well. That's a great 4X game. My favorite game of that year when that game came out. I was going to say last year, but I think it might have actually been the year before. Oh man, which is crazy in of itself. Crazy in of itself. Yeah, so these guys have their own promotion trees, which I think is why the game is prompting me, because we just got that upgrade to give them a promotion. And so now all of my air bases that I built earlier, because they act like commanders, have all got promotions to carry out. Likewise, the aircraft carrier, which has its own tree here, carried operations, +2 unit slots and a movement for them. Combat strength for packed ground attack units and bombers against Navy. Interesting. I like the raids because I like to hit land targets with my planes. So I usually just always go raids. Maybe we should carry out a raid over Washington, D.C. We've got a couple of big ships here too. Sail them into harbor. Destroy the district defenses. We'll use our unique Prussian aeroplane, which just took off of an invisible ship, but ignore that, to fight that unit so that we can clear a way to get in. Stop that guy from jumping into Washington and defending it, because otherwise it'll take us a very long time. I've left New York undefended, but that's really because the focus has to be up at Aksum. If we want to unlock these nuclear weapons before the game runs out, I'm going to have to still be pretty quick about it. Big guns making landfall. Great to see. Why does the squadron commander look like a siege tower? It's a little viewing tower. You know, little terminal control kind of thing. We'll rebase him again next turn so he's not stuck glitching through those trees, because it looks really uncomfortable. Seriously uncomfortable. Alright, what are we looking at? 211 on YouTube. 165. Wow. Thanks again for that raid. That's so cool. It came out in 2023. It was 2023. It must have been around May from memory, I think. I feel like it was the middle of the year. Age of Wonders 4, that is. Oh, no. The old accidental war thing's not gone away. Unlike that settler, who we'll never be seeing again. Why is she still surrounding Bei Ping? This is the strangest AI behavior I've seen yet. Himiko, my ally, she's just got all of her units around the city and she hasn't moved them. Like, they've forgotten to go home. You can go home. I mean, I know I've not defended it, but it's fine. Go home. This battleship. Oh, yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Really miss Dune Spice Wars. Another great strategy game. Yep. I enjoyed my time with that. It was a little quick, but I enjoyed it. Maybe it got a little bit boring? I can't really remember. Maybe something else came along and I just moved on. Oh, why can't you rebase? Oh, you don't have any movement. Jeez, that was just this turn. So many units to control. Oh, no! Really? They lost me? We'll sail that one back up the Hudson. Keep New York safe. I don't want the Washington, D.C. dilemma to happen to New York too, because it probably got in the way of this. Yes, it did. Maybe. Maybe it didn't. Hold on. Let's use the carrier first. Let's also maybe buy, while the city works on breaking the sound barrier, let me get the carrier a little bit of extra strength. I'm a big fan of the heavy bombers. They're great. They're so good. And let's chuck that on the aircraft carrier as well. Carry out a bombing run. Oh, look, it takes off. Alright, should be able to free that up again next turn. Liberate the people of Washington under their rightful Prussian rulers. Why not raise those cities? Well, I think I need... Let me check the wording. Conquering settlements. If I lose them, do I lose the points? I actually don't know. I assumed I'd need to keep them in order to keep those points. And also, I'm now at my limit. I think if you're not at your settlement limit, unless the settlement is really bad, you should probably just keep it. Do we get jets? No, we don't. Another great point, Dean. No stealth bombers. Oh, well, no. Am I right about that? Does the fighter turn into a jet fighter? I don't think it does, even. I was thinking about completely different planes. Let me just check that that one doesn't upgrade. Nah, it doesn't. So no. No, we don't. No unique jets or no upgrade path to a jet. Oh man, you're really convincing me on this, you know. 82% of people on the YouTube poll believe that there will be a future age / age 4 in Civilization 7 at some point to come. Commanders respawning. They'll probably just sleep. Air bases rebasing. Oh, what a landing. There needs to be 5 ages. Oh man, we'd be here for 24 hours. The game would take 24 hours. Dune Spice is an RTS 4X hybrid. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's a very important part. It's actually quite different from, say, Humankind, Millennia, because it was a 4X, an RTS game. Hey, ideological points. Very close now to unlocking the Manhattan Project. Does she have enough settlements that I can get it? If DC counts again, yes. Or with those two, yes. So that'll be the focus now. As well as Washington. Nothing more that way. Nah. Back you go. Go away, resources. We don't have time for you. We're too busy. Try and hide that tank up in the north. Try and sneak around via Timbuktu. Oh, that one as well. I forgot that one. The one that we're just taking with a boat. Bam! Lulami. Captured by a single battleship. That undefended settlement had no hope. Zero hope. Try and befriend them, but there's also probably no hope of that happening before the end of the game. Okay, let's see. It might not matter because it won't be raised in time, but... so I'm 1 away. And if I action the raise, which will take 7 turns, does it matter? I don't think that action will matter. I query whether keeping it at all even matters. Okay, good to know. Science, a little bit of science thrown in. How do you know how far you can settle towns away from your city? Just got a problem that you can't move resources from town to city. How far away? What's the limit of a town? I believe it's 10 towns. Yeah, I think that Super Guy is right. But I don't actually know. I don't think it even tells you in the Civipedia. What's that? Okay, so towns make gold. Thanks very much. Lots on the focuses. Connectivity. Settlements that are connected. If they're linked with a road, or if they're both coastal. Restrictions. Buildings. Upgrade. No, I don't see it there in my quick scan. But I think it's 10. Boom. Ursa. Ah, yes. Good old Ursa Ryan. The man, the myth, the legend, who will be at that Civ Summit with, I think Potato McWhiskey is hosting it. I think there are, I believe, 5 competitors in total. And that live stream will be happening, I was going to say tomorrow, but maybe your European and American times, it's actually the day after. I don't know. Your time zones confuse me, okay? Let's just all use New Zealand time. Yeah, right. You're over the settlement cap. I know. I'm brute forcing it now. Carpet bomb. Send in that heavy bomber. Isn't that cool? My favorite unit. I think this should go my color. Hello. Oh, you built walls. You dog. That's it. Let's send a tank down then. Fine. Of course, you have to capture each fortified district. Toto's voicing a lot of frustration with the devs. Am I part of that as well? I haven't talked to him about that, if that's what you mean. But yeah, if I don't like something, we'll talk about it. You've been here throughout the stream. I would also note that Potato made 2 very different reviews. One very critical and one very positive, I understand. I just note that because if you've seen one and not the other, it could give a warped view, potentially. But overall, I believe that this is a pretty good Civ game, and seeing the stuff that Firaxis have already said they intend to fix, the map variety, the UI, etc., I don't have any issue with those intentions. Not particularly, anyway. I'll look a little bit closer at them this afternoon, though. Yeah, I think once people play the game themselves, you're right, Lucas, their views will change. Probably those little patches will help too with the oh my god, my eyes. My eyes. Stuff. If it bothers you, then it bothers you. Aerodynamics out of the way. Which gives us everything, and I don't want to do future technology, so now I'll go back through and tidy up all these mastery options. He likes a lot of the stuff that has problems. I can understand that. Absolutely. Steam reviews don't help. They'll come right. They'll come right. This is this happens all the time. Not every game, important to note, of course, but it happens fairly frequently. Not our first rodeo. Enjoyed the stream. Wish you guys along, but life beckons. Oh, all good, Lucas. Thank you for being here. I'd say we're fairly close to the conclusion at this point, given we're near the end of the game. I'll leave the VOD up too if anybody needs to leave or but wants to see the end. So it should just be those crumpled defenses now that are in between me and taking that. Taking Washington, D.C. and getting nuclear weapons, potentially. She went after the tank. Run, do little tank! UI overhaul and it's a buy for you, super guy. UI looks worse than Civ 4. I don't know. I feel like this looks basically just the same as Civ 6. Maybe it's a bit different though. I'd have to go back and check. Like the city stuff, I mean. Some of it definitely does need some work. Good night, Jamil. Thanks for the chats too. I always appreciate a chatter. Get a little look up this way. They don't provide great visibility, but they provide a little, and watching it take off and land's kind of cool. All these explorers hiding in that jungle. The AI tends to do that. The explorers end up just stacked around the map. Don't even think about it. You unbelievable dog. Pumping out stuff from up here. What's this? Is this another city? There's that milestone complete. Oh, of course, so something does pop up to tell you it's done. I was a little bit wrong earlier. Because you get told that you meet that. Breaking the sound barrier. That first project just didn't do it, or I missed it. Probably missed it. Just join back. Hey, Scott. How's the optimization? I am playing on normal game speed. Yep. It's because the turn timer resets at the start of each age. So, it's turn whatever it is of the modern age, not of the overall game. Which has been about 15 hours long at this point. Get a couple of launch pads, in case I need to quickly launch some rockets. And it's this city that's trying to break the barrier. Wait. That's glitching out, right? No. I didn't do that. Oh, I was being done. Right, okay. Okay, the flight is done. I've already researched aerodynamics. I need to break the sound barrier and then go to space. And then that space victory is done. It's just some projects once you have the infrastructure in line. So I can kind of consider that one to be complete. Nearly complete. And with 3 different cities ready to do it, we should be totally fine. Coming for you, DC. Gonna need the planes to carry out a carpet bombing run and break the last of DC's defenses. Finally. Boom. So 100 deity victories incoming. Oh yeah. Humankind is free on Epic. Yes. Hell's Remorse, we were talking about that a little earlier. It's actually, I reckon, probably also quite a good way for people who are thinking, is Civ worth it? If they haven't played Civ before, jump in. Humankind's free. Civilization 6, of course, will always be a good way to get a feel for Civ 2. Frequently goes 90% off. A lot of these guys, I think, can just sleep now. You've served us well. Now rest. What is left here, even? It's maybe the tank just needs to go there because the boat has some weird difficulty sometimes. Or maybe the boat needs to pillage again, I don't know. Either way, we're in range of Aksum now. The poor weak tank barely arrived, but it got there. And the rest of the ships had to come back to Washington DC, so unfortunately, not really a lot of firepower made it all the way this way. Stuck a bit in the Hudson. I don't think I need them though, question mark? Ooh. How expensive is it to carry on this war support? 540. Okay. Okay. Low happiness, don't care. Well, just bomb something for the sake of bombing something? Okay. Sure. Take out that farm! Good. I hated that farm. Yeah. Swapsies? Pillage that tile? No? Okay. We'll move on. Shift enter. We're done. How's the game so far? The eternal question, Coffin Maker. Look, I actually quite like it, to be fair. Got a lot of problems. It does. Many things to fix, but I like it. This dude's finally grown a spine and decided to declare war on me. Hilariously just in time for me to nuke him. Right? Just in time. Oh, you're gonna regret that. Some units on the border. We're going to need visibility after all. Carry out a little bombing run. Ooh, these planes are devastatingly good. Oh my word. They're so satisfying to use because they are just so strong. So strong. Everybody's growing thanks to, I think it's a civic that does this. If it is indeed every town, maybe it was just a coincidence. There is one that gives you a growth event everywhere. In the next 20 years. Clicking tiles. Not that I'm mad about growing, of course. Growth is good. I am kind of mad. Okay, sleep. Baltimore is apparently under threat. Really? Boom! New railway station here, so maybe Himiko can send all of her units home. Huh? We're still here, Hoff. We are, although we're very nearly at the end now. Welcome back. The space victory is a few turns away, should I choose to take it. Nukes are also hopefully coming online, I want to say very soon. Yeah, one more settlement soon, and then the project. So just shoot that. Cut straight through the fat. Take out the Navy. Fire at Aksum. Which one's it actually going to be? It's going to be DC. Although I don't think it counts twice. Oh, it does. Huh. Interesting. Jose Rizzle. Yeah, that's right. Humankind now with the Civ 7 launch. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now, we have completed the military legacy path for this age. Once you complete any legacy path for an age, you then need to do the final little things, the little projects and buildings and whatever else. For us, it's going to be the Manhattan Project. So let's go to this city. Oh wait, no, you're actually a little bit busy doing the science victory. There it is. 5 turns. How expensive is it in a different one, I wonder? $7. Keep Washington, D.C. Washington, Arsa should have a reasonable shot. Yeah. 6 turns? Okay. Fang it down. Queue it up. 6 turns away. Alright. Watch this. Humankind 3 just going for Humankind 2. Tons of skin for those? I don't know, but I would... What I could say more broadly is that they've done pretty well with the variety of unit art. Whoa. The capital of America was captured by me! Actually, I've kind of got what I need out of her. For the sake of simplicity, we can end this fight. And I'll take that city. Oh, I'm way over my settlement cap. Oh my god. The Empire's going to be pretty unhappy. Although, happiness, actually, the people love it. Except for the people in Gordion. They hate it. But, many people like it. Many people. Wartime writers. Declare a holiday. We're not building the Brandenburg Gate. Are you kidding me? I'll raise that settlement. I don't need more. I took that from her in a peace deal just to burn it down. How terrible is that? Sheesh. Oh boy, that is pretty bad. Okay. Nationalism or globalism? I think we're a nationalist, probably. Five turns to build a plane is quite a long time. I'll shift in some of these. Just because the clicking and the upgrades, it's not that I don't care about them, but they don't really matter. At this point, we are right on crunch time. Scientific victory, completing the Manhattan Project, which is the next step. Science, literally launch a satellite, and then we can go to space. So that's just about done. Cue that up as well. The launch pad here. Hilarious. Okay. Now we can launch a satellite. 7 turns. Very good. After 12k hours in Civ 6. Wow. Scared to get addicted to another Civ. Master Jeebies. Jeebles. You might. I think you probably will. I feel like most Civ fans, particularly if you enjoy Civ 6, you're gonna like I feel like most people ought to like this game. If you know you like Civ, you're probably gonna like it. Not always true, again, I'm using probablys and stuff, but I feel it's probably true. Nukes when? Very soon. Just waiting on that Manhattan Project, and then we get given a nuke, thankfully. So creating the Manhattan Project also creates a nuclear weapon. So as soon as that is done, we're ready. Returns. All right, you ready? What's that? That looks like a bad thing. Squadron commander was destroyed. Oh. Oh, it's a bit lame for you to fight me up here. You coward. Lucky for me, I've got ships ready to just knock over those dudes. I don't think it's a big deal, though. Oop. Neat. I'll just shift into through that. Buffalo doesn't need to grow. We've got bigger fish to fry. Nationalism just in time. I'll ignore the research. There's that thing I was talking about earlier. If you don't want to do the future research, you don't have to. Just shift enter to end your turn. I don't know what it is on console. Apologies, console fans. You're gonna have to plug in a keyboard to find out. Oh, I don't want my carrier to suffer damage here, though, while I'm going, oh, it doesn't matter, he can't hit me, everything's fine. There it is. The Manhattan Project lumbering its way together. The quote, now I am... it's hard to say. Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. We're away. Primarily multiplayer. Ah, yeah. Multiplayer is another can of worms, isn't it? A lot of interesting things to think about on how it swaps over to multiplayer. Okay, so now that we have the Manhattan Project, there it is in all of its glory. We should have been given a nuclear weapon. Maybe at the airbase in the closest city rather than the aircraft carrier. No. Okay. I'm gonna have to go through everything to scroll to it. Okay. And I think it'll show up as a project. Yeah, see, produce nuclear weapon. 14 turns. Or you could spend 18 turns to do Operation Ivy and win the game. This is how you win the military victory. I don't think we'll be here in an hour and a half, Tink. Because there's our victory in 18 turns, or a nuke in 14. They're so slow to produce. I better find my free one as we go through all of this crap. Actually, maybe I can just click the, one of these will be units. There, command units. Right, so that's a dreadnought. That's also a dreadnought. Tank. Insane levels of aggression from the AI? I'd say they are on the pretty aggressive side, yeah. Absolutely. I'll have world wars declared on me most games. I suppose that could be true throughout all of human history, but... yeah. Yeah, if you don't keep them happy, they're angry. Like, I'll trade this guy a map just so that we have a deal so he's happy, you know? And even then it's pretty hard. You're not a nuke, you're not... One of these that I cycle through should have a nuke. If it doesn't, then maybe they changed it? Surely not. The Manhattan Project gave you a free nuke the last time I used it. Gave me a free nuke. And now it doesn't appear to have. And I'm feeling pretty ripped off. And I can't insta-complete it because it's a project. No way. Oh. Okay. Well. I guess I could make one. Really? It's not here? I feel like I must be missing it. It's not here. Have I checked the... They killed the mobile commander, I think, while I wasn't looking. That really baffles me. I'm assuming they must have changed it. Because I can't see it, and I'm guessing by now someone in chat would have told me if they could see it. Like, you moron, it's right there. Maybe one thing I could do... I do have, I didn't put public works on, which is a bit silly. Because public works is very good. 30% production towards completing projects would speed that up a lot. Can I not force that to change? That's strange. Damn. Damn. What do I do now? I guess I just have to build one. Ah. 9 turns here. I can probably skip through 9 turns. That's not so bad. Feels better than... Oh, 6 turns here. I got my hopes up that the nuke might have been placed there because the production was so good. Nah. Nah, okay. Alright, we're going turn skipping, everybody. We're going turn skipping. Dong Olsen is bugged. It's a dong. Supposed to give pop to a city it's in when you celebrate, but it does it for every settlement. Rather than just cities. Or the one that it's in. Okay. Interesting. Alright, I'll skip through these 6 turns. Now only 4 turns. We'll get the nuke, and then we'll win the game. Shall I take the military victory or the scientific victory, I wonder? I might take the military one this time, seeing as I took the scientific victory in that video that I made for the Civ channel. That way, we've done both. The nuclear weapon is not in the aircraft carrier outside of DC, no. Unfortunately, just a couple of planes. Boom! Oh, I don't need to do this. It's easy to fall into the habit, that one more turn, you know, keep going, keep going, keep going. Don Olsen, taking notes. Yeah, write that down, Zickhead. Write that down. This guy wants a peace deal. Oh no, 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 no. You don't know. Where is he? Two more turns. Turn that into a 1. Ocean looks pretty cool too. Stuff underneath it. Shout out to the ocean. And now we'll turn that one into a none. Hey! Okay, maybe I am missing something, because I feel like that nuke should have been produced here. I'm so confused. Any ideas, anybody? Oh. I'm done. See ya. This was good. Bye, 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 bye. Bye. Okay. Ah, thank you, Jose. Okay, so now I've got 2 nukes. Thank you. Thank you. I had it in my head it displayed as a nuke, but it doesn't. It doesn't. It's this. Okay. Well, now we can really have some fun. You mentioned that earlier, Alvaro. I missed you. I'm sorry. Just use the search function. What? Okay, here we go. It's time, everybody. Brace yourselves. Okay. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. I wish the city name would disappear. I'd like the UI to go away so that I can actually just see the bomb cloud without that being in front of it. But the bomb cloud was pretty cool, I think. And this looks neat. I mean, it looks terrible, but it looks neat. That was wicked. That was wicked. Worth every skip turn. Now, while I'm doing the other nuke, let us do Operation Ivy. Ooh. And probably just skip through those turns and win the game. Yippee! Do it again! Alright, I will. Barely killed any pops. Ah, yeah, interesting. Interesting. Actually, it didn't really hurt a lot of those pops, did it? I didn't even look at that number. Who should we nuke this time? Should we do Huma? Or should we do Samapa again? How many nukes have I used so far? Barely any. I mean, this is sort of... This will be my military victory. But I have played with them once before. In one other playthrough. I managed to get to them. Samba 2, electric nukaloo. Yeah? We just really want to take it out on that same city? Alright. Maybe I should queue up some more, too. Seeing as I'm going to skip through some turns, we may as well skip through some turns and make a couple of extra nukes. So I'm going to take 3 turns there now. And 5 there. Did I scale up, or do they scale down? I wonder. Let's get all of... Look at that. That's what I'm talking about. And then it just automatically pumps them out to the aircraft carrier. Which, now that I understand how to use that, is really nice. Let's do it again! Woo! And Zekid is celebrating over on Twitch. Thank you for gifting out 3 subs. And here comes a cyclone just to chuck something else into the mix. Oh boy. What a nuke, what a nuke. The population though, totally fine. Didn't bother them at all. Have a nice finish. Thank you very much. You're the #1 gifter on Twitch. Yeah, the dudes in here are just fine though. Nuking your own city's made your empire more happy in Civ 5. So I should do that too. Alright, Sampa. That was fun, Might take you now. As my prize. Oh. Districts. I should have nuked a slightly different part of the city. Because it looks like some stuff survived out the other side. Oh, don't worry, I've got a solution for this too. Just queue them up everywhere. Even if I don't get to use them, I don't think it matters. Anywhere that's got space for them. I don't know what that cyclone was up to. It's gone? It's gone. Poor Sumper. The worst day in Sumpy's history was that day. They thought the first nuke was bad, and then the second one came alongside a big storm. Oh, a little bit of karma. It'll teach me. Okay, 1 turn away from another nuke. Let's jump through and grab that. I need to get out of this. Oh my goodness. I don't even want this city. It's too toxic. Oh no. That's why you don't skip turns without checking things. Let that be a lesson to everybody. Okay. It's alright. The carrier survives. That nuclear fallout is not to be mucked with. Like me! Oh no, my carrier, stop. Where's the fleet when you need them, hey? It's got another nuke on it, but it needs to get out of here. Quick, sail up the river! Flee, you fool! Bring that battleship out from New York. Shoot that from behind. And then fire a nuke. Where will this one go, I wonder? Maybe the back of Sumper. Maybe that mountain. I'll nuke that mountain. That way it'll get that tile and that tile. Oh, apparently I can't. Oh. Can I nuke there? No, it seems to just be when the cursor's red. Can I nuke a ship at sea? Looks like I can. Or those explorers. That tile, but not that one. Oh, maybe it's visibility. Could be that too. I'll nuke that. Oh wait, no, my boat. Oh, it's okay, it didn't go off. Doesn't seem to work at all. What about that? Because I'm out of movement, maybe? It's kind of glitched. I think that could be it. I'll cycle through turns. Because I had to use my full movement to try and escape. That carrier goes down, that's a real problem. Line of sight could also be the issue. But I need to check this just to make sure. It is not line of sight. It was movement of the carrier. Boom! Carrier had no movement, so it wouldn't let me use the bomb. on that tile, but it did let me use it this turn now that the carrier has movement, so I'm going to assume it's movement-based. Any tile that's lit up green with that UI, it should let me launch it, regardless of vision. I think I could launch it there. Actually, I'm pretty sure. We'll find out when the next nuke comes in but 2 shift enters time. And there's your first one, as my boat does a little donut. You can come back and heal if you want, bud. You can probably heal too. The nuclear carrier, this thing is just insane. Carrying the entire empire on its back here. Like, seriously carrying. Another nuclear bomb. There's 2, actually. Oh, neat. Who said nukes were hard to use? Let's hit that one. No vision needed. Just nuking capitals from my carrier out at sea. Whoo! Hey, wait. They're trying to do an invasion. I will have nothing of this. Nuke them. Nuke them all. I'm the Mad King. He's gone mad with power. I've got 3 warheads. Oh, it's just out of range. Should I nuke the ocean next to them to teach them a lesson? Yeah, let's do it. Look out. Whoa! This guy's gone so mad, he's just nuking the sea. He's just ending turns and launching nukes. What is going on? Oh, Captain Riz over here. Please don't hurt me. What do you think? Oh, he said no to that deal. Okay, well, if you don't want to cede complete control over everything you own, then I guess it continues. Who's next? Any ideas in chat? Hey, who do you want to see me blow up now? You want to see me do it again? No. Oh, that guy. Oh, there's a wonder out the back there too. I'd kind of like to see what happens to that. There's loads of targets on my list. How many do we have left though? I might be all out of juice. I didn't queue up. I thought I queued up enough, but maybe I didn't. I'm still 4 turns away. I reckon I can squeeze another nuke out of here. Yeah. Oof. Some of them are fast, some of them are slow. And with that production Civic, you could produce them even faster. The trouble, of course, is that the game would end, right? So if there were other players doing well, they would have also advanced the age progression by advancing their goals, just like I've advanced mine. I've really advanced mine, but a lot of them have really not done a lot, right? And so the age probably would have ended thanks to that, I guess, is the primary driver. There are other things playing out as well. But, yeah. Hard to actually play with the nukes like this unless you set it up just so. Also ignoring the future tech, of course. I'm just completely ignoring civics and stuff at this stage. Ignoring everything, really, to make sure that we can get this done. 2 more nukes. I mean, this is just embarrassing at this point. I should throw one at myself just to make him feel better. Interesting, it doesn't let me launch it here and accidentally nuke Aksum. Because that used to be a thing. Like, if I launch one here, the radiation would spread there and then you'd get instant declared war on, right? Maybe not in all servers, but I'm pretty sure. Whereas it seems to actually stop me from doing that by putting that buffer around her. What a bomb. That's awesome. Should I take the if I can't have it, nobody can approach? Just out of range. It's a bit maniacal, but... Oh, maybe it wasn't movement. Maybe you were right. Oh no. It lets me cue it, but it doesn't let me do it. Yeah, it is movement. Oh, that city is very weak. Oh! Nuclear detonation. Operation Ivy. 1847. The game is over. The stream, 6.5 hours long, on the back of yesterday's 9-hour stream, and probably with about half an hour of breaks, and of course some talking along the way, though sometimes I'm pretty efficient, would put this at a 15-hour campaign. That was really fun. That was really fun. Now we're going to get some experience. We're going to level up our leader. Hopefully unlock some new mementos. And then call it a day. I say IBN again. Ibn Battuta. Nuclear leader of the world. Got him to level 4 throughout that game. I hadn't played with him before, so he went from level 1 to level 4, just for context, if you're curious. And my foundation level also increased. And there we have it, folks. That's it. That is the military victory. All 3 ages of Civilization 7. Wow. Whew, I should probably go and make some videos and cover this stuff now, hey? I played the Charlemagne game on the fastest speed, and that one on normal. The 2 games that I had to that I recorded to try and make that video for Firaxis ended up just using that one. But interesting the difference. Like that game was maybe half the time of that one. Yet they're roughly the same rank, so it has an impact, but maybe it's not massive. Although here I got all the way around because I did more legacies, so maybe it's just a function of how many legacies you can complete and whatever else. I didn't even get his level 5, +1 movement, and sight for scouts, merchants, and settlers. I don't know if I'd use that anyway. Anything new interesting here? +2 combat strength for units adjacent to 2 or more enemies. Sight, +1, scout search and look, nah. Settlement returned, no. A lot of these are pretty mid. Anywho, thank you so much for being here today, everybody. That was an absolutely wicked stream and a great conclusion to this game. I won't be online tomorrow, but I do intend to stream again at some point, so stay tuned for that. But I also need to make some vids, right? Because I'm a vid maker too, so I've got to make some vids. Thanks again to Zeked over on Twitch for those 3 community subs. And also thanks to you, Mika, far earlier in the YouTube stream. I remember you donated. Thank you for that sticker. And thank you for watching and chatting and being here. Hopefully Civilization 7 works out well for you. And I'll see you all again very soon. Unless you're on Twitch, in which case we might find somebody to raid. But otherwise, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for watching. And I'll see you next time.